Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. How are you doing? Welcome back to another streaming Saturday. How are you all doing? Let me adjust my camera just a little bit. So how are you all doing? Welcome back to another Saturday of streaming some Magic Arena. We've got a new game mode to try out. As usual, we'll climb the ladder, maybe. We'll do some draft. We'll look at some challenges. We'll play some of this, some of these new game modes, and then try to earn some rewards and so forth. And then, of course, chat about Magic and see how well we can do and all that good stuff. So let's switch over to the main game over here. So this is what I'm talking about. I'll start this in just a moment. This is the core set constructed, which I think is very interesting. I forgot who I was actually talking to with this about, but someone recently, maybe last stream, someone on the stream mentioned, how about a deck with only core set cards? Because, you know, I like to play stipulation sort of games. And here's one. Bring a deck and play games using cards only from Core Set 2019, Core Set 2020, and Core Set 2021. You'll receive rewards. So it's only 500 gold to get into it, and you recoup your investment, however, when you get 4 wins. But I think I want to try that out just for fun, just to see what you could do with that. That'll be a cool thought experiment that I'd like to take the community's input on, so we'll talk about that. What's the store deals for today? Anything good? Ooh, it's 2,000 gold will get you 400 gems. Is that a good deal? Does that monetarily make sense? 2,000 gold gives you 500 gems. I don't know about that. Is this one of these testing the waters of, will people buy this? Because I know that, let's say you pay for 50 gold, you pay 50 gold and you get 550 gold back. Okay, that kind of makes sense. But then here, gold into gems, that's pretty interesting. I have a lot of gems. Now, 500 gems, what does 500 gems get you? 500 gems gets you 5 turns at this. 500 gems gets you 5 turns at the set constructed event, for example. However, if you pay with gold, 2,000 gold gets you 4 of these games. It's really interesting, like what they're trying to do sometimes with some of these things. But what else do gems get you if you go to the store? Let's see. 600 gems get you, hey there, cool, speedy Josh, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. We're talking about some Magic. Have you been here before, hanging out with us, talking about Magic before? Trying to figure out if this is a good deal or not. This is unrelated, but the SNES games are now playable on the Switch. Ooh, very nice. I love Super Nintendo games. Those are the ones that I grew up with. I played the original Nintendo, of course, but then Super Nintendo was like what really is like in my mind, like my classic retro vintage ones. I still have my Super Nintendo. I should like probably live stream it at some time. Actually, Nintendo will shut me down. Unfortunately, they really, really don't like people streaming their stuff, even though it's free advertising. Oh, Nintendo. Anyway, so what I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna earn one of the daily rewards first, and then we'll do a little bit of deck construction, and then maybe some other fun activities. So let's do a little bit of gameplay here. Now, can we get a better deal here? That's still 500. Black or green? Okay, let's play a black or green deck. What would be good in black or green? What do I have, black or green? Black or green? I have black and white. Is that going to be inefficient? Yeah, I kind of feel like playing a little bit of Kahira over here. It's got green in the deck, so let's see how well that gets me to my daily challenge. So how are you doing today? Do you have a good day? What's your time zone at the moment? I'm in Pacific time. Okay, so what can we do with this? Got a Prison Realm just in case, Temple Garden, a Johnny's Pride Mate. Let's see about working with this. So Narset, that's a pretty fun card. In the right build, it can do pretty epic things. This means that there's going to be probably... Okay, they might be going more with... Well, they're probably going to hit me with a Lightning Strike or something here, Prowess their Elder, and then next turn I'm going to have to Prison Realm it. Although, yeah, then I'll have enough to... Okay, so that becomes a little big. Do not care. And draw and discard. Sure, that's a thing that they can do. They're thinking very hard on what their best plots are. As for myself, let's get that Elder out of here. Sorry, Oba-san, I have to send you off to the Shadow Realm. And then I attack you with my cat. Hopefully then... So they need to get their white mana on board to bring out Narset, but instead, Mistral Singer... Sure. What do we want to do here? And then they're like, never mind. Okay, they see that my cats will come together right now, and it's over for them. How much did that earn me? That didn't earn me any green. Yeah, let me play a more efficient green or black deck, because I'm going to be there forever trying to... I think... Let's play General Kudro. I think that's an okay mixture of black and white cards so that I can get my daily rewards. So speaking of Super Nintendo games, what's your favorite Super Nintendo game? I think I would say Final Fantasy IV. In the US, of course, it was Final Fantasy II, but I just think the epic nature of that series is epic. And I would say that that is my #1 game. Okay, so they're pausing on 1 white mana. That's probably that 1 white spell for single white mana where it gives them 4 life or destroys a thing. That is a knight, so let's see, they probably won't block that because they want to keep that for life gain. They'll be able to do, yes, exactly like that. They'll be able to do their Heliod exactly like that. Okay, they're going to attack with a lifelink creature. Then I will flash in my knight. That gives itself Death Touch, and then all of their plans are akimbo. Yep, put a 1/1 on whatever you want, buddy. Okay, next up, how about we get rid of that, it's not a creature yet, so we've got to banish their commander. Devastating. If I can get my next mana, I can summon Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad will do fun stuff, and then after that I'll have General Kudrow, and it looks like they're struggling with a bit of mana. No problem, I didn't get my other mana, so okay, we'll do it like this. Exile something from the graveyard, everything's bigger now. Didn't get a Sir Conrad, but... So you're gonna bring back your Heliod already? Sure. It'll give itself life, it'll make itself bigger, that's a possibility. Oh man, where is my final mana? Okay, anyway. Let's do some of this. Totally Rectitude, and that is not a land. I want that creature, but I need the land instead. Because of course I also want that Ethereal Absolution. Mono white, that could be Shatter the Sky. Ooh, Pride Mate, okay. That's that. That's nice. They get to attack with a 6/6, I guess. It doesn't have Vigilance. That has one of those. Okay, fine. That's suddenly a 6/6. I'm sure you're proud. Okay, that's what I want right here. I'll probably just end up doing this. Target a creature of 4 or greater. That's a big one there. And then sorry chums. That goes away. Heliod is no longer a creature. Do our thing there, and that was a great life gain deck, life gain strategy, but we have some of that going on. Let's see what I could do here. We have one blocker. I'm at 26 life. Sure. That works. We'll do some more of this. And then Heliod goes back to the trenches. Now, is there a way for me to revenge them to death? Because double my life total, opponent loses half their life. Okay, so what are they going to do here? Are they going to flash in something? This is probably the gain for life. That's a sorcery. I need 6 mana for that. Reading is fundamental. Okay. Let's... Sir Conrad could also help me win. Remove that Pride Mate. And I'm wondering, what do they have in hand that it's pausing for them? Okay, well, let's see about winning the game this way. They have some kind of instant or something going on. That's a creature, lose a life. And then let's see the luck of the draw, the next one. That's another creature, and that's nice. So they come back to life on that, so sure. And what else here? So we'll bring this out. Remove that from the graveyard. They don't need that. Sentinel's Eyes. They have a 6/6 and a 6/5. Whenever you gain life, how did they gain life? Okay, so they're clinging to death's door. What will they do? Loxodon life. That's not really going to do too much. Well, actually, I guess they go back to 19 life. I guess. Somehow. Guess this is how they'll crawl back from the brink. That's an 8-7. That's a 9-8. They're back to 20 life somehow. So if I get... I do have my 6 mana, so what I could do here is some of this. My Dropbox is almost full. Sure thing, buddy. So you gained a lot of life there. What happened over here? I don't want that pop-up, thank you. Okay, so they go back to 10 life. If I attack with everything here, I guess I'll wait. Okay, not good, right? What does that thing do? Change creature, you can like put that many counters on it. Okay, well. Guess what I wanted to do here won't quite work. So we're gonna have to Kaya's Wrath. They are totally top decking amazing stuff. That'll help. That was a top deck of epic proportions. Let's, ooh, that indestructible aura was a good one. As long as they don't have any flyers, I'll be okay, and then I have the ultimate reset button right there with the Kaya's Wrath. They could pay X life and make that become a 26-28, but of course I'll block it with my Wintermoor Commander. Yes, if you look at that, that does seem to say Death Touch. So I'm fine blocking thusly. Losing my 3/3. That doesn't get indestructible, sorry about that. Can give itself. You can give it lifelink, okay, fine. That's a +2 on that, okay. Grasping at straws. So that princess might become unblockable, but some fun stuff should happen here. They're at 27 life. What do we want to do about this? Don't need a land. Probably... try to weaken some things over here, and I guess I'll go with a 7 damage. Because I'll be able to bring back General Kudro, because what they'll probably do, yeah, they'll take it, then the princess is unblockable at the moment. So they are going to put a bunch of Luminous Broodmoth. Okay, well, this was going... Well, if I can get it back to my turn... No, that's not even going to work either, because the Luminous Broodmoth, that was a great top deck. So, yeah, let's just let this go forward. This was going alright, but then... top decking that Broodmoth, I would have to exile the Broodmoth. If I do the... Kaya's Wrath, it would have still brought back a lot of stuff, so yep, the tides turned on that. Didn't quite work out. And yeah, I want to play... I just want to get those rewards as soon as possible, so what I'm going to do is just switch to a completely mono black deck so I can get today's rewards. So how's everyone doing today? Did you have a nice day? Did you do anything productive? Did you have anything good to eat? This is a mono black deck. Mono black has been on the tip of everyone's tongue recently. Burning Prophet, not good. But what we will do here is have a little look-see at the state of things. What's good here? Feather is good, of course. How do we deal with both of these? I think Feather's going to be way more important to exile. They're going to summon their Gideon next turn, so how do we deal with that? Because they're going to have all their pieces in play. Memory leak won't really do much. And choose one thing. +2 and scry. So I need some removal. If I can remove that Prophet... Oh well, Gideon will still do its thing, so... Bolus Citadel. Guess we'll do it slowly right here. This might not be the best course of action. But let's get some of these things out of hand. Next turn, Araya. At least it'll be a blocker, but not really because that's shock. So let's see what happens. Such a slow player. Shout out to Tanvu, new follower on the Twitters, probably from my amazing joke that I put on Twitter, retweeted by someone that had like 20,000 followers. Oh, my opponent really knows what they're doing. Wild Viking 007 is the opponent. Okay, if I get my 5th land, I can drop Gary, and then that will be useful because then I'll get some life back. So right now it's 5 damage. Watch this. I'm gonna block your Gideon, but that's not a good course of action because my creature will clearly die. But what if somehow I were able to put death touch counter on it? So no, that wouldn't be a good tactic. So instead I could block the Burning Prophet because it's only a 1/3, but oh, I know that they've got a shock in hand, so that's also not a great idea. So perhaps none of these is a block, and then the opponent will probably at a certain point just rage shock me to get it over with. If I get my next land, that's not my next land, but I guess I gotta do this. So then what they'll do is they'll shock that knight, that Reaper. So then that'll give me a damage as well, and then hopefully draw me that final land. And I guess what I can do here, if they don't shock my Reaper, if they don't play this right, if they don't shock my Reaper at this point, I can use it as a blocker and then sacrifice it with Ayara's ability, but that probably won't happen. See, they're already looking at their shock right there. They're such a slow player. So, okay, so they're doing that. The Burning Prophet, plus they get to scry. This is a shock. Let's examine this carefully. So 1 red mana at instant speed seems to deal 2 damage to any target. And they are currently targeting, if I follow the path right here of shock, it is following my Midnight Reaper right here, which only has a toughness of 2. Very interesting. So what I could do instead is, how about if I negate their target, the spell fizzles. However, they did start to cast. This is what I never understood. Even though their spell is about to fizzle, they're still gonna get their scry trigger from the attempted casting of the. I was already at my end steps. I can't drop that, but. Guess there I get one of those. I can also memory leak into something. Looks like they have. So they're gonna top that right there. That fizzles. And my memory leak, I could cycle that. But do I want to? It looks like they might still have one thing in hand. Let's see, if we try to pet their little direwolf, it kind of barks at us. So why would it be so cruel? Whereas we have like this really cool pet over here, this very happy trophy, and then when you hover your mouse over it, it like gets shy and it goes ooh. Okay, so what are you up to, opponent? Gonna attack. They're probably gonna put like Reckless Rage or something here to finish me off, and because it's pausing for something. Their final Lightning Strike. Well, there's no Lightning Strike in Standard, actually. Well, this isn't assumed Standard. We're in the generic play. Is this thing smart enough to know that if I play a historic deck in play, that it also gives it to me, or what? So the opponent is still contemplating with all of their might to do all of this, and Gideon is up to be able to do a really cool effect. The -6. I guess what they want to do that on is the Citadel, but before we get to that part, do some of that. So what I could do is destroy their Planeswalker, but then I only have 1 life left. So I have to play it like this, get it back a little life. We get some of this, so we get 2 triggers. Let's do the trigger first with Ayara. I usually let it do it by itself, but this time I feel like this might be kind of interesting to do. I'm going to do Ayara's triggers first, which what this does is it does the 1 damage, gain 1 life, and then after this, Grey Merchant will do its thing, which will give me 2 devotion plus 3 devotion, 5 life. I'll get 6 whole life for this amazing stratagem right here. And we'll see what the opponent does. Besides twiddle their fingers. Okay, next turn. Guess what I could do? I'll have enough life to if I go attack the Planeswalker, it won't be able to do its ultimate yet, so I don't know, do I need another blocker? Let's see what they do here. Is there something that could wreck me, like with a... that's odd. Maybe they have do X damage when a creature blocks. Kind of surprised that they haven't been doing much there. Probably what I'll do next turn then is a Midnight, my Murderous Rider. Okay. So I don't doubt that there will be some sort of red or white combat trick, so we'll let that go, but in any event that'll still be not good for us. Let's see if we can get this to work. Is there any unbreakable formation or something that will help? Very, very strange. So let's bring out this. We'll get a little bit of life gain right here. Have a blocker ready. Just gives me 1 life back. Pretty interesting match, and by interesting I mean utterly slow. I don't really think Wild Viking 007 that your deck is so titanic that it needs to take this long to fully make things work, but I guess it's a lot of... So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's see, they'll probably attack, they'll have a combat trick, and then I can try to block with the Murderous Rider, get me some life back. Okay, not. So let's try this, although it's very dangerous to have this out. Very dangerous. They could disenchant it, which I'm fine with that. Do I want to pay 1 life for that? Yes, because I'll just get it back with Ayara. So very, very, very careful with life. Okay, I gotta attack with both the Rider and the Banehound so I can get some life, and then I'll still have a blocker. Do more shenanigans with the Citadel. So maybe if I hover my mouse over one of my cards here, they'll think, ooh, you might have a poison thing. But I guess not, so sure. Let it do its damage. Back to 7 life. Are they totally whiffing? They might be whiffing. Okay, 2 mana for this. Get back 1 life. Have to exile something. Extremely slow player. So out of curiosity, is Wild Viking 007 currently live streaming this? No, I'm not going to stream snipe them. I just want to see Wild Viking 007. I just want to see, are they actually live at the moment? They don't exist. Okay, that's fine. So let's do our own thing here. Do I need to pay 3 for memory leak? No. First I'll try to get more life. That'll give me 2 life, and I'll feel a little safer here. What is this opponent up to? Alright, we have some of that, that's fine. That's a permanent counter, is it, or temporary? Target gets indestructible. Okay, whatever. That'll still give me some life, and that's what I care about. So hopefully they have a really nice thing that I can grab out of their hand. this. That looks like a visual bug right there. My opponent is causing things to crash. Anyway, let's pay for this. Let's look at their hand. Although I wasn't given the chance to cycle it. So this opponent is playing quite a good game. Okay, well, they wanted to totally use that up, and then now they've gotten it there, so now they're just in complete top deck mode. And then I have my Fen Lurker, which I can make nice and big. What I could do, actually, what I will do is that Midnight Reaper. They bottomed that. They chose black. Do not care. I am not targeting. They left it on top, so choose an online card from the player's graveyard or hand and exile it. So I don't think they'll be able to bring it back, but let's just retreat. Let's have Gideon retreat. So we'll do some of that. A little bit more life, and we'll pass. They must have top decked something good because they left it on top with their scry. Don't tell me it's just a. Oh, okay, that's pretty good actually, but doesn't have haste, so we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Exactly, we'll be okay. Now be careful here, this is going to take 5 damage. 3 for the rider, and 2 for the minus. So, I know I've wrecked myself before. Let's do the math. I know that the rider costs 3, and then I lose 2 more life for doing a kill. So I'm going to lose 5 life. Destroy target creature. Right there. Voila. Go to 1 life. I do not want to lose any more life, but I will. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Here, this will bring me back 1 life. There we go. There we go. Okay. So I'm at 2 life. Walking on a precarious perch right here. When you devote yourself to this much black mana, this is what happens. So, targeting their own +1 plus a scry, whatever. I doubt that they will attack. If I attack with everything, how much can I pump up my Fen Lurker? I need 3. I have 6. I can give it +2/+2. That'll be +3/+3. They have 1 thing in hand. Now, if 2 of my things die, that's not good. I want to go for an all-out attack, but I think what I should do instead is I guess what I should do is attack with both of these. If I lose 1, I'll lose 1 life from my Reaper. That'll hopefully get that other life back from the Rider. I'm gonna block that. Okay. How about we activate this? Plus this. Reading the card explains the card. And then they flame sweep me and I die because my own Reaper will betray me. Let's see. Dreadhorn Arcanist, that's a good one. And they pass. Okay, what I could do is go get a Grim Tutor to go see what's in their hand. Or I could do one of these, but that's 3. That's a little bit of life. Okay, let's instead do some attacks over here. And yes, I could do the same thing. I have 9 freaking mana, so yes, you should probably read it again. Will your creature have first strike? Okay, so they're gonna give me back some life from that. Actually, I could have won the game if I had just read my own freaking card. Okay, well, let's do a Grim Tutor to play a Fen Lurker. Make them discard their final card in hand, draw a little bit of life right there. Then they discard a final land. Okay, that's a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 permanents. Nice. This is a good game. Do 3 damage to myself. But I'm going to draw 3 cards. But am I going to gain life from my Murderous Rider? Okay, that does a thing. That was really interesting. Okay, so they're going to attack with a 1/2. Oh man, then they get to summon something amazing from the graveyard. They're going to shock me. Okay, well, let's see, what are we going to get shocked? What are they going to shock? What are they going to shock? My life gain critter, a blocker, a Yara. I'm gonna shock that. Okay, probably instead I will draw a card. And then I'll block with my 2/2. Do a little trading. Not really. Now we've got that going on. Okay, interesting. Well, let's see if they don't top deck anything good. Discard 4 cards. What is the final top deck? What do they get? What hasting creature do they get? What 3/3 haste creature did they pull from the top? Nothing. Okay, Wild Viking, you took as long as the Ice Age to play your matches, but you were the adversary, and now you go off to Valhalla. Do I at least get my reward? We got my reward. Okay, well, that was a long match to get to that. That was like completely back and forth and everything. So that's what happens there. What I'm gonna do next is I've got some game codes actually. To give away and such, but okay, let's do a core set constructed. Now this is like so open that like what is even, what kind of deck are you gonna do? Okay, core set constructed would be historic because they're saying 2019, 20, and 21, and 2019 is historic. So what kind of historic deck can I make out of only core set 2019 cards? Let's do this. So we'll go to make a new deck and set that to historic. Then, out of curiosity, I want to see what have I not collected in 2019 historic. I never got that. Johnny. Djinn of Wonders. I never got Tezzeret Cruel Machinist. Nexus of Fate, but it's forbidden. Angler Turtle, it's a 5/7 hexproof. Kind of like that. And the Djinn of Wishes. The Arisen Gorgon. For some reason I thought that was much newer. Izareth, I never had an Izareth. Liliana the Necromancer. Maybe an all... That's a mythic rare. I don't have any mythics at the moment. Good old Lightning Strike. Sarkin the Planeswalker. Never got that Phoenix. Sarkin's Dragonfire. Shivan Dragon. Scala Wolf. Declare Dominance. I love the art on that Ursine Champion. Apex of Power. Exile the top 7 cards until you may cast spells from among them. And adds 10 mana. Brilliant. And we've got the Thornhide Wolves. Vivian of the Arcbow. I never got the Nicol Bolas the Ravager. Rampaging Brontodon 7/7. That's pretty fun. Tezzeret Strider. Desecrated Tomb. Never had that. And Chaos Wand. Okay. Like, why do you even start with only... Core Set Tribal? Let's look what I never got about... Let's see what I never got in Core Set 21. So, I never got a Pegasus. I probably got it on War of the Spark. Show of Valor. Instant. Target 1 creature gets 2/4. Italian Enforcer. I believe that's from Kaladesh. Originally, Hazda Officer. Trusted Peggy. Imperial Outrider. Siege Mastodon. I don't remember that one very much. Angelic Guardian. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, they gain indestructible. I guess the thing that could be done is looking at like the rares and uncommons. Figure out some cool multicolored strategy. And of course there's some cool top ends. What might be cool? Flame's Fury, Volcanic Dragon. There's another Immortal Phoenix. Rootwalla, Vivian, Nature's Avenger. Got some of these tap lands. They're commons. Rien. Golos. Yeah, Rock. Omnath. Never got an Omnath. Okay. And then, of course, the new Core 21 just came out, so I'm missing a ton. And yeah, not too important to look in there. I'm not going to crack any wild cards for this, so I guess let's do this. I'm going to go back to core set. Well, let's do all the core sets. Only what I've collected, and only the gold cards for a moment, just to see what's in there. We try to do some flying stuff, because we have Watcher of the Spheres. Flyers cost less, and then here flyers get +1. Blue-white flyers might be a thing. And there's of course vampires. Some Dimir shenanigans. Some Izzet stuff. Rakdos. Elementals. Can bring out one of these big old Elder Dragons. Ren and Siri. Kalia. You'd simply put it into your hand. Yeah, that's a 3/3 flying vigilance. That's like very unimpressive, isn't it? Kethis. What about the mythic rares? Got a bunch of planeswalkers. We could do oops all planeswalkers. Omniscience. What about some fun dragon stuff? Hey there, Stevie. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. There's a brand new game mode on Arena at the moment. Check it out. It's called Core Set Constructed. It says make a deck and play games only using Core Set 2019, 2020, and 2021. So that's kind of fun. You're only allowed to make a deck out of these 3 sets. So I was just kind of looking through the cards at the moment to figure out what kind of deck I want to build. Now there are 3 cards that are banned. Nexus of Fate, which lets you take an extra turn. Veil of Summer, which is an amazing counterspell. And Field of the Dead, which makes a bunch of zombies. So besides that, the sky is the limit. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of deck to build if you're only allowed those 3 sets, those 3 core sets. So that's what I'm trying to do at the moment. And I'm also doing well. So, as I was looking here, I was trying to figure out, maybe I'll make a deck of blue-white flyers, because there's a couple of cool cards. There's a lot of flying creatures. Maybe we'll try that. So let me give this a shot. I'm gonna do this flyers deck because these are just uncommons anyway. So I'm gonna add this one that this flyer gets stronger. It gives other flyers +1, and it only costs 3. Then this one over here makes your flyers cheaper to cast. So I think I can try some sort of flying action. Some sort of deck with flyers. See how many other flyers we have here. So Loyal Pegasus, flying creatures. Show me some flying creatures. Actually, let me see something here. Any flying creatures that are uncommon that I have not collected yet? Just the volcanic dragon, but that's not my colors. So how's the rendering? How's the rendering going so far? Your Blender and such. So we'll look at creatures with flying that are blue and white. Going well, that's good to hear. So what about these Angel of Vitalities? If I have a life gain strategy, that would also help. And if I've got like some big flyers, that would be cool. Saphara's Blade, it's legendary. I could go with a Kaikar. Well, I think I'm gonna grab these flyers that lock down the opponent's things. Oh yeah, this is historic. I only have 1 Cavalier of Gales. What about some little flyers? I'm trying to select the format. Historic. Okay, so I'm going to try some sort of flying strategy. I got 21 creatures so far, so I think that's good, because then I need some removal. So some little creatures, some cost-reducing creatures, some big creatures. What are the biggest creatures I can bring here? Saphara and Sarah's Guardian. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whenever 2 or more creatures attack with flying, draw a card. Actually, Evos, Warden of Evos Isle, I need that. It's too many creatures. 29 creatures possibly might be too much. Okay, what I'm gonna do for like these big creatures, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of these like huge creatures, I'll just put 4 of those. "28 creatures still might be a little too much, although the Fairy Miscreant draws me more cards if they exist, but I think that's too many. 24 creatures, that'll be fine. So then the rest, out of that, I need some removal or card draw. Draw a card. Let's look at some card draw. Instants and sorceries. Good old opt. We got Frantic Inventory, which is a common. I think I'll go with that. Do that card draw right there. Drawn from Dreams will do stuff as well. Winged Words draws cards. Put 4 of those. Okay, and then the last 4 can be exile cards. What can I have in exile? Secure the Scene. Also have Destroy, right? Swift Response should be the best at instant, and that's 60 cards. So we'll say, what is this? Cores. White Flyers. You don't have enough wild cards to finish the deck. What? You don't have any common wild cards? Are you kidding? That's funny. Okay, well, let me see about trying to get a couple of wild cards. I could open 1 vault, and that'll give me 0 commons. Okay. So let's buy some boosters over here. Hopefully I get 2 common wild cards. So have you played much Arena recently? There's that Watcher that I had to crack wild cards for. Beautiful. That's sarcasm. Well, I got a rare one here. That's good. And then no common one either. Subira. And lastly, there's 1 common. Mythic. Okay, I like that. I wanted a mythic rare for something, but I don't remember what. Got 1 uncommon. Let me get one more pack, hopefully for... If I don't get the final common wildcard out of this, then I'll just do something else. And no common, but I got got a rare and a crash, one of those. Okay, so we haven't played recently, huh? Any reason why maybe not? Maybe I haven't picked it quite up again? Let's see here, back to that deck. Let's craft one more response. And eventually when I get one more common. In the meantime, I guess the final card that I'll add here our Johnny's Welcome's in here. Take Vengeance will be close enough. Okay, so we'll give a shot with this deck. So this is the core set only event. It's 2 matches in total. Once submitted, your deck cannot be changed. Yes, of course. So core set only, 20 core set only cards. We'll see how it goes. I do feel that with an event like this, with this effort, they should see about putting more interesting rewards and modes and such, because feels like you put in the effort to build a deck and then well, what I could do here is bring out that Watcher, and then that'll be enough for a Warden, and then that's breaking Safara even closer. So bring out one of these, and then bring out one of these. That's reducing Safara down to 4, but I still need 1 white mana. I could bring out... what do we want here? We want ultimately Sarah's Guardian, but then I need the other white mana. Okay, that's a possibility there. They probably have a combat trick here, so my instinct is not to... Yep, that's definitely a combat trick. Two vigilance, and I've got a 5/5. Next, I could get another Watcher, but not too necessary, although that'll just do more air pressure. There's a Garuk, sure. That is a beast, I suppose. Let us make the path clear over here. do attacks as such. Draw some cards. There we go. They can bring out another Sky Scanner if they want. They'll draw a card off of that. Have a bunch of winged words. Sarah's Guardian is not legendary, so that's pretty cool. No attacks. Let's draw some cards. That's nice there. Bounce back another thing and go in the air unopposed. So that's lethal. Let's say they still block my 5/5 in the air. I'll be doing 6, 7, 8. I would still do 8 damage if they simply block my Sarah's Guardian. They're looking at my flyers. With Gruel Mana, I would think they have some burn spells. Ooh, they're gonna have a Vicious Hydra, so it's gonna fight something. It's gonna fight my Sarah's Guardian, I guess, but that's still lethal, right? Good game. Because 6 plus 2 is 8. There we go. Well, they got to summon a big old 5/6 Hydra and take out my Angel. I guess they can tell their grandchildren about that one day. And we got 1 win so far. Is this gonna be... Is this... This only has a maximum of 4 wins. So I was going to say, can I use this as my penta win? But it only has a maximum of 4 wins. Okay, interesting. Let's go on to the next one. Indiorasta is the opponent. I'll probably take a little break right after this just to get some quick water. It'll just be really, really fast. But anyway, over here we have the Empyrean Eagle. Swift Response, Winged Words. Let's see how that goes. Another red player. So I'll have to Swift end it. I have to think about what are the creatures that really trigger me in Magic, because they seem to usually be red, and I should probably hold off on that removal for something good, but I really dislike that Spitter. You see, if I get counterspelled, I'm fine. So you have to return at least one thing. Put a counter on that. Okay, I guess I'll return that. That needs 5 mana. Learn to count. Okay, well, clearly I'm going to get this lightning striked. That's a good one. Put a 1/1 on itself, sure, but then we can do this right here, and it goes back to whatever. They will bring out that, put it onto the 2/2, make it into a 3/3. I can be able to block and trade, and then I'll bring out that roaming Gaslight. Ghostlight again. Instead they'll torch it. Okay, that's a possibility. Drop one more land and then play the... Okay, they're gonna do a druid, sure. Let's give this a shot over here. Have a blocker, perhaps. Then I have enough for my 5/5. They probably have lethal damage for me here. So I gotta do this. And that'll deserve a pat on the back. Oh yeah, reading the card explains the card. Next up, what do I want to do here? Well, I guess my 5/5 is what I want. 4 mana to make it into a 3/3. Okay, they should probably, I was gonna say they should probably spread it to different things. They have enough to pump it up one time. They're looking at their cards. Are they gonna combat trick me? Probably. Or were they bluffing? How did it become a 7/7? That makes no sense at all. How did that become a 7/7? Other elementals gets +1 for each elemental. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Let that go back for one turn. Draw a couple cards over here. Bring that back. Ooh, that's what you'll like to see. That's what you need to see. Next, after that, we've got another one of those. Okay, that's good. Does this have a bite or something? Is their final card a bite? No. Okay. So I guess we'll just set up a bunch of blockers. Well, we just need one blocker. Okay, so we'll probably attack with that 3/2. I'll have to chump block it. And there's a 5/2 and a 2/3. We'll have to hurt each other. Counting a bunch of stuff. No attacks. Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't doubt that they'll rage quit on this. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I needed to pull off the top of the... That's what I needed to pull off the exact top of the deck. They needed their elemental to get me, but then my Geist came out and totally locked them down. That's what you need to see on this deck. So this is the second win of all so far. On the road. Let's see, earned a Foulmire Knight. I had 1,000,000 of them already. Got 2 wins so far, 300 gold plus 3 cards. Alright, no losses yet. Let's keep this train going. So in the chat right there, how many of you think I will go all the way 4 wins with my blue-white Flyers deck? Who's online at the moment? Booty Snacks, Kamiya Fire, Power Dragon, Sir Midge. Shout out to Power Dragon, he's totally blowing up at the moment. Going on doing collabs and such as Wizards of the Coast. Kamiya Fire, she's there as well, doing the grind, I guess. Uo is the opponent. Is that like the cute way of saying Uro? Okay, so this is a hand. We have a cute little frost cat. And we have a swift response just in case. Next turn, Watcher of the Sphere, which will then decrease for Warden at Eos Isle, which will then further decrease for my other big stuff. Leafkin, sure thing. What I could do is probably... I guess I'll do it on my turn. Because right here I can do this pseudo prowess plus further decrease. And then if they tap out with their druid, I can swift response it. If I get my third mana, I guess... Oh man. Well, everything's a 2/2. Well, never mind. That one is... That'll still... I guess what I'll do... I'll race a little bit like this. They might have a bite, but my things will live. If they attack with that Hydra, I'll be able to swift response it next turn, missing my land drops. Gigantosaurus. That is very nice. So, just keep going with the air attacks. Because I have an answer, of course, for that scary 10/10. Let's look at the flavor text on this. Each tooth is the length of a horse, and new ones grow in every 16 days. Let's get a closer look. Alright, they're very proud of themselves that they did lots of damage to my flyer. But I will have a swift response to that. And also I could swift response that Hydra, or I could lock it down. I don't have enough to lock it down, so I guess we gotta draw cards. There we go. And that's not enough for my Geist or Guardian, and I guess there's gonna be one more bite. When they look at their own cards, that's a giveaway of what happens, or what capabilities they have. See this? See, that's just kind of obvious. Sure, buddy. Do what you want. Pay no attention to the open mana that I have. Okay. Another Gigantosaurus, another mana, but not the color that I need. Well, this is how it ends. So they'll probably have their final bite, and then... Yeah, let's just get this over with. They got it. I was mana starved way too long, so... remember you used to be able to press the spacebar to end the game right there, but then now you have to manually click it. Oh yeah, I said I was going to take a quick water break, so let me be right back to take a quick water break. Alright everyone, we're back. So, took a quick water break. I also took a detour to get a little chocolate. This is a dark chocolate and almonds. Very nice. So they go first. Don't have any of my RAM profile 4. Okay, so I have the winged words. If I'm able to get like a flyer, which doesn't even matter because it'll just be on curve anyway. Well, the opponent sure took a while on that. Mine's going a little slow. So that is a 4-3 protection from black. I'm gonna have to lock that down as soon as possible. Now they could, of course, also okay, it's a pretty big spider. It's a 4-4 with mono green. I'm sure they're going to have some it's got protection from blue actually. Great. cast that again if you want. And we get a Garuk out. Okay. It's a 9/12. I guess that's a thing you could do. Let's see about trying to draw into something. Cavalier of Gales. What does this do ultimately? Up to 1, target gets +3 until end of turn. Create a beast, you get an emblem. Getting closer to that. So they'll probably block my eagle. Which I'm fine with. They could block that ghost light. Yeah, they're gonna block the eagle. Even better. Brawn to Dawn, however, it doesn't destroy anything. Okay, so what does this one do again? When it enters draw, okay, yeah. So draw stuff, that becomes a 4/4, I guess. I guess that's a thing. That could be a 5/5 blocker. Yeah, let's do that to see what else could be coming. Their Thrashing Brontodon could destroy that Blanchwood, but I doubt it will. Guess I'll toss back those lands in that order, sure. Then after this, no more. So either or over here, that'll help me take out that Planeswalker. Okay. Well, I mean, Ghostlight could do its thing. Still not attacking, eh? Okay, well. That only returns creatures. I'm gonna need my Swift End and my Sarah's, what do you call her? Okay, well, I can bounce back. Just hold off a little bit, I guess. I like that card. Scry 3 and then reveal 2. Pretty good. No attacks yet. Okay, I definitely want that. So I guess you can cast it again. If I attack with a 5/7, it'll definitely die. So that's coming again. No attack. Attack's okay. Just a stalemate. If they attack me with that 4-3, I'll try to block with my 5-5, but... Okay, well, every spider's coming to town. Let's see if this will do anything. That's got Death Touch, but I guess I can live with it. Nope, they have one more thing here. Fine. Yeah, draw me 2 cards, please. I'll keep some stuff in hand just to make them think I've got way more of those deadly fists. Okay, this is what I need right here. Well, still not as good as other things, but that'll do something. If I attack with both the 5-5 and the... If I attack with both 5-5s, that'll be good. That's what I want. Well, not as much as I thought, never mind, because the Spore Weaver is untargetable by that. So instead we'll block that. Go in with 2 flyers. That Cavalier will probably croak, or the Guardian, whichever. Okay. Alright, so it's just a waiting game. That was my only one of those creatures in the deck, I guess. Visionary, sure. Blanchwood armor on that, sure. Land on that, sure. Oh, I guess this will be the second defeat. Wouldn't you know it? I have this blue deck, and then it pairs me up against the hexproof right there, and then I'm just getting lands. So okay, well, GG. If they attack me, there's no point to block. Getting too much out of hand with a 9, with a 10-13 and a 10-13. 2 of those. If I get another land, I'm going to have to concede just because what's the point if they don't attack? It was a good run, but, you know, the algorithm here said, yeah, you're playing blue, so let's put you up against some protection from blue. At least we got 2 of the big creatures locked down. Yeah, but, you know, how can I deal with all of these other big creatures? So... It's pretty funny putting on that spell on that 1/1 because then it becomes an 11/11. Let's see, anything good here? Got 20 gems, that's fun. And then Nisian Wanderer. and a hero Nyxborn. So, okay, well, that was that. I'm going to do the draft in a moment, but check out this. You haven't seen this deck yet. Here is a pretty fun, when it works, dragon deck. This is a Brawl dragon deck. It's got every creature's a dragon, of course, and it then has a bunch of direct damage spells, and then a bunch of fun dragons come out to play. So let's see how this Dragon Brawl plays out. So I have some direct damage, but they're obviously going to play a turn 1. I guess not. I was going to say they're going to play a turn 1 life gain creature, a turn 2 life gain creature, and then a third turn Heliod. But instead, they're going to play like a Johnny's Pridemate or something. Exactly there. So obvious. But then, I don't have any... Okay, so next turn they'll bring out their Heliod. But next turn after that, then I guess I will Flame Spill. Actually, what would be better is Flame Sweep. So if they don't rage quit from this, I salute them, because that completely wrecked their plans. Guess they'll bring out a Heliod for no creatures. That's a thing. Next up, I'll bring out my own Brawlmander. Then if they bring out creatures that die, I make more treasure. Every time a thing dies, on my turn, it makes a treasure. Ooh. Gideon is good. It's indestructible, however. As long as it's your turn, it's a 4/4 with indestructible. You know, I hate to do this to my own commander, but I've got to wipe everything, because that Gideon will get out of control. Linden, okay. Probably should torch her right away. Obviously, I would rather do that with my commander. Oh man, gotta get rid of that. That is 5 damage. That Luminous Broodmoth would be trouble. Oops, Faith's Fetters on that. I guess that's not too much of a problem, because I could do this. Hasty Creature. And even if a thing dies, Gadrak's ability still happens, because this says activated ability. This is not an activated ability, this is a triggered ability. Ooh, Fiery Emancipation. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're like, oh, I can't deal with Fire Emancipation because it'll take all my red damage and then triple it. So, yep, that's a thing. What was my opponent's name anyway? I forgot to check. Okay, let's do another Dragon Brawl deck. See how another opponent handles it. So I guess after they thought about so much Dragon Breath, I don't want my scary dragons beating up their cute cats and dogs, but gonna have to. So ideally I would have my Gadrak out first before I start torching their pets, but they're probably going to bring out a good one that I have to deal with right away. It's not too bad. Guess we'll let it live, because I would rather bring out my commander and then do damage, although I'm concerned that that's pausing there. Well, let's give it a shot. If I do this, I can then do the Underworld Fires. Actually, Underworld Fires would be even better when Rin and Seri starting to make creatures. They probably instead have like a Lava Coil. They have one of those. Okay, everything gets a +2 permanently? Fine. That is a possibility. Plus a shock, sure. 2 mana left. Guess next turn I can bring out my Firemind's Vessel. Circuitous Route to go search for a lot of lands, sure. As for myself, well, I think it would be better to bring this out first, just as a show of overwhelming force, because then sure. Well, 3 times 2 is 6. Pay 1 mana for 6 damage, sure. And then pay 3 mana to do 9 damage. That gets me 1 treasure. Rin and Seri, okay. Are they going to disenchant that? They're going to disenchant it, okay. That's a possibility. But how about a nice Drakuseth? Let's see, they could of course do a lot of... Okay, that Watchhound, I guess. And a cat, sure. Are they going to tap out of land? Hopefully they tap out. Yeah, they're going to tap out of land. Okay, so let's do this. So 4 damage to any target, right there. Then 3 damage to... Oh, never mind. They're like, yep, this is a huge dragon coming at me, and it's got a massive amount of dragon breath, and my poor little critters will get their fur singed, so GG. Okay, so let's do one more of those brawls. What do you think of the brawl deck so far? Dragon Brawl Z. That's what I should call this. I'm going to go to my deck right now and call this Dragon Brawl Z. Dragon Brawl Z, right there. So it's mono red. Yeah, I'll put it in our Discord chat if you want. I might have already put it in there actually. But yeah, it's pretty fun when it works. Have to remember that Omen does 2 damage, not 3. Terror of the Peaks is amazing. Every time a creature comes into play, it deals damage equal to another target based on the new creature summoned. So let's see here. If they bring out some sort of mana dork early on, I've got the Omen of Fire for it. Then I've got Gadrak on turn 3. Don't have any mana ramp over here, but none of my artifacts. Mono black, that's Traveler's Amulet. Okay, that's a thing. When you don't have Wayfarer's Bauble, you can use that. Although I like the art on the New Traveler's Amulet. Flavor text: a vision of home and a glimpse of hope. So that's the Space Godzilla, or what, Quartz Godzilla, whatever that Godzilla's called. Phoenix Earl is the opponent. Okay, so everything's a dragon in this deck, every creature. But then we've also got one honorary dragon. We've got Sarkin the Masterless. This is a Planeswalker dragon. That when you +1, it becomes a dragon and attacks. When you -3, it makes a dragon. Then whenever you get attacked, all your dragons automatically do damage to their creatures. So I've had this where I have like 4 dragons out, and then they attack me, and all my dragons just hit them automatically. Each one gets damaged 4 points, and then it totally wipes the board with them. So that is a fun Planeswalker. Zagoth Crystal, sure. As for myself, I am going to get the Storm's Wrath soon. Hopefully I don't have to use it. We'll see what happens. I'm at 3 mana. At 5 mana, I'll probably... What do I want to do? At 5 mana, I'll probably bring out Sarkin. Or do I want Terror of the Peaks? Because then when I bring more creatures again, that does damage. Alright, so, I think they're very proud that they got out their commander so fast, but when you're dealing with a mono-red deck, stuff like that happens. And yeah, I had to use 2 spells for the price of 1, but... Okay, so next turn I probably will bring out Sarkin, make a dragon. Oh, actually I didn't get... Oh man, I did it wrong again. Because that got exiled. Well, I guess it still wouldn't even count. Never mind. Okay, so they're gonna Chittering... Uh-oh, I need to get rid of that. That's 6 mana, however, so... Fine, I'll make another creature. Because they're obviously going to mutate onto it. And I'll have to sacrifice a creature. Oh man, this is pretty good. Brokos is always a very good deck. Because it can mutate, and then once you've got that Chittering Harvester, this is the... Each opponent sacrifices a creature, so... What do I want to sacrifice? Whatever I sacrifice will... be bad, so then right here they'll attack the Planeswalker, I guess. Gadrak will do 1 damage. Yep, so they'll do that. Then I'll block there. Everything will get wiped. But I guess we gotta do that. I guess what I want is to bring out my Terror. Then I'll be able to Terror of Mount Velis, 5 damage to something, plus it'll give double strike to my peaks. They're looking at the graveyard. What are they going to get out of the graveyard? They have plenty of mana to bring in a bunch of amazing things from the graveyard. So... Weird that they didn't do anything there. Very, 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 very weird. Okay. And they're like, never mind, your dragons are gonna be way too powerful. Yeah, once I've got that Terror of the Peak, that is a very powerful card. I was playing in the Red Bull tournament, and I forgot in there that you can have more than one. I'm used to having one in this deck, and then a person had two of them on the battlefield, and it's just game over, because every time you summon something, whatever you summon is going to do damage to whatever you want. So obviously in a regular 60-card deck, you can have four of them. They're not legendary, and the opponent had two, so I'm like, I gotta quit. And so that tournament did not go well at all, because I wasn't playing like a hardcore deck, and that's my fault for not. If I'm going to play a tournament, you got to play a hardcore deck, and this is the sad thing about Magic, that when you're going to go to those high levels, you've got to play everything as an advanced, the most advanced deck, which I'm not too interested in, and that's what happened there. But anyway, here's another Brawl deck that I was playing with, Ugin. This is a colorless deck. The big idea for there is to simply get to enough mana to cast Ugin, and it does fun stuff. So this opponent will probably have, hey there, Mark, how are you doing? I just finished beating my opponent with dragons. Imagine dragons. Imagine being beaten by dragons. That's what I just did. And now I'm playing this Ugin deck. I think there's a glitch in Arena, because I have Ugin as my commander, which is colorless, yet it lets me put in a color-producing land. So, not sure why it would let me do that, but it does. Let's get out this tome right here to scry into things. This needs 3 mana to activate. Okay, so we get to scry over here. Do we want a Crystalline Giant? Crystalline Giant is very good, so I'll say sure. But maybe what I want is to protect it first, so I think what I want is just to hold things off for a little bit. Draw a card, make that not on tap. Calling Familiar, nice. So that is definitely, they're going to be very proud of themselves for getting Judith out. As for myself, more mana, more good. What I want... guess I'll be able to do 2 things here. Do a little mana acceleration, scry on that, Clockwork Servant. I don't think I need that, although that'll draw me a card. The only problem with this deck is I don't have great removal except for Ugin. So this is what I could do here. Bring out my Giant for 3, and then pay 2 to equip the shield to give it indestructible. I mean hexproof. And then the Giant's gonna have the Giant is gonna have hexproof plus all of these amazing abilities. So hopefully that'll be something I can do, because here comes their Judith plan. Everything gets big. As for ourselves, let's do a little scry. Manifold Key, that won't really help. Have 3, 4, 5. I could have my 6 mana for Ugin already, although it will be defenseless. So I think what I want to do is bring out my Giant and then make it hexproof. Then I get some free ability right here. it got Menace. Okay. I would rather want that it would have something like First Strike, but it's random, so we'll see. So what do I want to do here? They'll probably attack with everything except Judith. So if I block their Thirsting Shade, they will be able to +1 at one time. So all of my things could live. Okay. That makes a decision easier, perhaps. And they don't. Okay, so if I... This will gain me 4 life, and then get to scry another land, which I will need actually, because Ugin's gonna get big. I mean, gonna get damaged. So I guess what I should do is get rid of this Bloodlord. And then put it back here. That gets Death Touch. 5, 6, 7. And what was coming out next? Ooh, Grey Merchant, which is nice. Although it wasn't quite devastating. And then one of those. Okay. Spoken like a true Rakdos player. Attack with everything. Guess what I want to do here is remove that. That'll just do 1 extra point of damage. Let's actually count this. That'll do 2 + 3 + 1 is 4. Unless my math is off. Ooh, okay, that'll be nice. This can come in as a 7/7. If I can get Vigilance on that, what did it get? It has Hexproof, Menace, and Death Touch. Hexproof, Menace, and Death Touch. It's got double Hexproof? What does it actually have? I can't even tell. It's got a +1, it's got Death Touch, Menace, Hexproof from Mirror Shield. Need blockers. They have 6 mana in total, so they could +1 this twice. That will be 4 in total, but they pass. Okay. Guess I'll bring this out. One of these blockers, which will let me scry. I need my final land. Well, I already have the land from the wheel, actually. No, I think I have enough mana. And then, what other thing do I get here? Got a First Strike. Okay, what I want is Vigilance. They're passing. Okay, that's good. Let's bring out our Ugin again, and this time make blockers. Let's make some blockers. And bring out a 0 casting card Ginger Brute, because Ugin decreases colorless spells by 2. There we go, that got Vigilance. Okay, that's a 4/6 with Vigilance. If they double block a bunch of things, then... Maybe we'll wait a little bit. If I attack with a 4/6, they're good gaming me. Okay. Yeah, I was getting a pretty good board state with my Planeswalker and my Crystalline Giant with Hexproof, so that was my colorless Ugin deck, which I'm curious about. Like I said, I'm not sure why it lets me put in a swamp into a colorless deck. I don't know if that is a bug. So let me try something here. I'm gonna put in an a plains. Yeah, I think this is, check it out right here. I had swamp. I think this is it right here. You can pick one of the colors. If I make these as, just a minute. Make sure the math is right. Okay, it's 14 swamps. So if I put in 14 swamps, 14 plains, but no swamps. See, I think that I don't know if like this is a real rule in real Magic or what, but as you can see here, I had swamps, 14 of them, and it let me. Then I added a different color, and it says these cards are not in the colors of your commander. So I think if I have one of a certain color, it lets me. So like right here, we'll put in these beautiful Mirage mountains, and it let me. See? So if you have one of a color that you like, it'll let you. But if you have more than one of those, more than one color, then it won't let you. So it's kind of weird. Exactly, he's colorless. But I kind of found that bug out 1 or 2 months ago when in Historic I was making an Ulamog deck, and I did put in a colored mana source, and it let me, so that's kind of weird. So I'll again over here. Ginger Brute, sure. Okay. So Bedroom Ninja is the planeswalker with a very efficient creature flying for strike. Not good. Okay, well, sure, but I have my own creature right here. But they can say, wait a minute, how are you playing with swamps if your commander's colorless? I hacked the matrix, of course. So we'll do one of these. Next turn. So there we have their 3/3 flyer, not good. Pretty epic introduction. Chromatic Lantern. So my thing is that I've just got to race to get lands. I have plenty of lands now. One of the shortcomings of this deck is it doesn't really have any removal except for Ugin. I have both Ugins in here, the 6 mana and the 8 mana. But besides that, it's more kind of aggro and such. That's a good one. Sky Scanner, we just want to ramp into a bunch of stuff here. Yep, they're nicing me because they see that I've got all of my mana that I need. Probably, however, they will have their counter spell ready to go if they pass. Okay, so I'm going to gum up the works with that Mystic. So obviously, if it passes back to me with 1 blue mana open, okay, that's even better. I can live with that. need to get rid of that Mystic. They only have one of them, so yes, my Ugin's gonna die, but I'm gonna get lots of advantage right here. By playing a zero-cost Steel Overseer. Then I need to get 8 mana to get Ugin back, but I think that's doable. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's my 8th land right there, so that's doable. My Steel Overseer can +1 my Crystalline Giant. Oops, they're looking at it, so they'll probably Chromatic Lantern, sure. So now they have 1, 2, 3 untapped mana with Chromatic Lantern. That's enough for a counter spell. So what do I want to do? Lava Coil. Okay, that's fine actually, because then okay, yeah, that'll work. Take that back to the hand. Give a nice for a land, summon it back. What I'll do this time though is I won't worry about protecting my Ugin, because if they send all of their damage to Ugin, okay, well they lost a turn and that'll give me time to attack. Oh, and so they're going to do that. Okay, I guess they're going to bounce something back. That's fine. That gives me the thing that it's holding on to. Whoops. Okay, that's going to get them one of those. It's a pretty good chain of events. They're down to 2 cards. Okay, next turn I get to summon a Lava Coil for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mana. Okay, so they'll defeat my Ugin at this turn, but I'll come in with an 8/8 Stone Coil Serpent with Reach. Yep, so they want to completely take it out. I can live with that. The problem, though, is that they'll have 4 mana untapped with Chromatic Lantern, which means they can counterspell. Actually, they're going to Teferi. Okay, well, that's a possibility. Huh, this didn't die. How did that not die? Well, that's fine that it didn't die. Anyway, that will give me... That can give me an 8/8. I can have 2 8/8s. Let's bring this out like this. Let's bring this out like this. Then send in 1 damage over here to Teferi. Tapped out. They're down to 1 card in hand. 1 Teferi. Return that to my hand, fine. Totally acceptable. Two cards in hand. They're looking at all my creatures. They're not that impressive except Ginger Brute. Kind of. If I can attach a Shadow Spear to it plus a Mirror Shield, then that'll be good. Oops, I'm going to get Mythos. What does this do? 5 damage among anything you want, plus Planeswalkers if you want. Okay. 3 and 2 over there. Sure. Mirror Shield, okay, that's not good, but I will bring out a huge Serpent. Huh. Ugin's still not dead. How did it not die? They sent 2 damage to it, but it still didn't die. Like, is something preventing damage? Oh well. Let's... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10. Okay, let's bring out a 10/10 Reach. Creech. Going with my little spirit. Hopefully they don't read or notice that the stone coil has reach. And then they... Okay. Make some more of these critters. So clearly I need to hold back my reach creature. Attack with this. If they kill... Oh, they're not going to kill those. Fine. Now what I could also do is simply proliferate. I could proliferate with my Bastion. Yeah, let's do that. Let's proliferate over here. You never expect that to happen. Now that's an 11-11. And then I want that Masticore eventually, but not yet. Elite card base, that's nice. Draws 3 cards. I can also sacrifice my own land to draw a card here. No, actually that's for free. Let's just do it. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, okay, that's good. They'll probably bounce back my 11-11. And they bring back something. They bring back a Teferi. Okay. Well, my Masticore will let me hit Teferi, so I will bring that out. 6, 7, that's 8 damage. Whoops. 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. I'm so bad at math. Okay, so what do we do here? If I bring out the Masticore, then I can have it deal damage to Teferi. It only costs 1 mana. Let's do that. Sacrifice a land. Have this. Don't make another move. I am gonna have to spend 5 whole mana onto it, but all I need is 1 mana for my... Well, I guess I... The problem also is that I'm about to have a flyer coming at me, so I guess I've got to take out this flyer. Then I'll bring out a 4 mana. A 4 mana Serpent. And then put the pressure with 6 damage over here. Okay, protection from multicolored. Does that mean that Brokos will not... Because this has been mutated so much, does it... Who knows what it is now? Okay. Passing, eh? I can live with that. Good game. Cancel on that. Their final counter spell on that of the game. So I'll attack with a couple of these things. They'll clearly have to block at least one of them. I'll get something from that. It's all lands, which I kind of need lands, I guess. But okay. Next turn, if they don't get a blocker, I should go all in, and I'll probably... Then they're good gaming me one more time, I guess. Did they just get lands? Is there something going to be flashed into play? Tricky. Let's instead see about trying to get out an 8/8. Let's bring out another flyer, just to be safe, with a scry. need the lands for Ugin. However, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be my 12th land. So if one of these dies, though, I could have the 12 lands, but I guess we'll go for it. Okay, so they got 2 cards in hand. They could flash something in. I will be defenseless. No, I think I'll be okay with 1 flyer. Let's just go for it. This has been... What's gonna happen? Frying your own creature? That's a thing? Okay, I guess they wanted to use up all their cards in hand in one final amazing show of force. Sure, that's a way to finish it. So, yeah, that's the colorless Ugin deck. It does things, and it generates a good amount of mana, I guess. Pretty well. I summoned a 12 mana cost Planeswalker, so it was a very close match. Yeah, you know, they had that Brokos or Vadrock or whatever it was, I already forgot what it was. Their Brawlmander is a very good one, and they were able to mutate very good, so I was worried about that. But then, I don't know, they just didn't pull great cards or whatever, and then my cards were coming out okay. And that's what happened there. So, oh, Mark, I saw Kamiya Fire here on the chat a little like an hour or 2 ago. How long I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. She was there like 2 hours ago. But yep, shout out. Anyway, so next, we've got a lot of game modes. We could do draft. Here's something you missed, Mark. There's a new game here. There's a new mode. Weren't we talking about this on a previous stream? Core Set Constructed. Make a deck only out of Core Set 2019, 2020, and 2021. So there's a challenge here where you have to make a deck that way, and I did make one. I won 2 out of 4. It ran out of steam with a couple of decks. It's a blue-white Flyers. Let's check it out a moment. It's only 500, so let's give this one a shot for a little bit. And then after that we can then pick some other game modes. We could do some draft. We could do some brawl. We could do some. We got a lot of game modes to work with. So I didn't quite announce it in my social media and such, or anywhere really, but I entered the Red Bull Untapped. Okay, so this is going to be mono black aggro. I entered the Red Bull Untapped tournament. It went really bad. Oh, look at that! They're living their fantasy over here. A complete zombie adventure. So I entered that and didn't go well because I didn't really play a tier deck, and I didn't play the usual. Okay, so what they're going to want to do here, of course, is bring out their Zombie Lord. As for me, I'm going a little slow here, but I guess finally I can bring out, that's a 2/2 and that's a 2/3. I can try to block a little bit over here. Uh-oh, pausing on 1 black mana. What is that? That's a Disfigure, right? -2, -2. So anyway, I tried, man, so everything's got Death Touch except that human, but it'll now get Death Touch. But the idea with this is that if I get my 4th land, I can bring out my Geist, which will let me block this, but it's still game over. It didn't, they got everything that they needed pretty fast and efficiently, very aggro, if they bring out their next Death Baron, then it's game over. They did a good job getting very aggro, very efficient with their deck. One of these things. Okay. Okay. Coming at me with one of those, I guess. Does that also have Death Touch? No, that one doesn't have Death Touch. Oh, but anyway, that was full damage. Oh well. Make another M deck? Another... what do you mean? Another core set deck besides this one? Or together, you mean? Or what do you mean by that? We could, of course. Make another Dimir deck for this event, or just for this event? Okay, another Dimir deck for this event. Yeah, let's do one right after this. Let's see how it goes here. No mulligan club for life. Anyway, yeah, let's do a Dimir deck after this. This is the thing about working with 3 core sets. Oh, look at they ley lined. Amazing. One of the things to do with this, the sky's the limit about it, is the what's cool is that there's 3 whole sets. In that core sets, you know, are a mishmash of things to do cool stuff. So what I could do here is bounce back that elf, so they'll have to cast it again, and then lock down something when eventually they get something big. Let's do that. Okay, another ley line. Okay, that's gonna make 1,000,000 mana. Let's do that. Get a lot of air action. If they then have a big creature out, I've got the swift response for it. Destroy a tapped creature. Alright, this will definitely make 1,000,000 mana, so they'll probably bring out a huge Hydra that kills one of my flyers. You just pick a type of trick, lock down, and work the deck to fit it exactly. You have to kind of figure out what do you want to do. When the stream first started, I don't know if... okay, so there's one of those. Sure. And now attacks. Okay. So one of the big ideas is to get this huge creature out, but didn't quite get the last mana for it. There's the last mana. So they're obviously going to build up to something. They're probably going to get like a huge Hydra, that one Hydra that fights every time automatically. So that's going to be tricky. But actually, nope, they're like, I have 1,000,000 mana but nothing to spend it on. So, okay. Bad beats on the opponent, I guess. They had lots of mana to work with, but nothing to work with it. And Tormod's Crypt, so reprinted in Core 21. We'll just play a little bit until we see how this goes, and then after that we'll think about some Dimir deck. Any thoughts on cards in the core sets of Dimir that we could work with? Alright, so the opponent mulliganed down to this combo. There it is. Okay, so we will make them think that we have no response here, but obviously they're going to attack, then pump up that knight for maximum damage, and then the swift response will have to do its thing. AZ Kick will not know what hit them, but let's see if they go for that. No, instead they're going to do that. Okay, well, I got to deal with both then. Capture sphere, murder, try a counter, lockdown. Okay, so we got to take some more lumps over here, but I guess what this will be is they'll probably... Yeah, this is not going to work how I want, but gotta get rid of that before it gets too big. If they drop a swamp, it'll simply just do 2 damage to my creature, which will kill that, so let's draw some cards. I'll be able to Ghost Light there. Yeah, this is another deck that's working very efficiently. I don't think this one's gonna make it on this one. Because all I have to do right here is drop a swamp, which they will, and then that'll kill my roaming Ghostlight, and then I'm defenseless. Or a murder. I'll have 6 mana now, but they'll probably have 1 more murder, and then it's game over. So yeah, that was another efficient player. That mono color just kind of came together pretty well. There's no real strategy to their deck. Just mono black, which works well. Gotta hold off on some blockers, and hopefully they don't top deck that murder. I'm gonna have to block that vampire. I could double block the... Never mind. So I gotta block this so that doesn't get stronger. Bring in my Cavalier. Draw a bunch of cards I don't need, so for the moment this extra land. Bounce 2 back. What else? I already have enough of these wings. We'll do that. Put them back. What order? Yes. Bring out one of these. Now now they're both 6/6s. This has got vigilance, so might as well go for it. Put a little pressure. I could do what my opponent's deck is doing, do what they're doing. Mark that is the worst insult that I've heard in all of my 42 years of my life. Just kidding. I value more to make my own decks, but that is a good strategy, but I'm trying to do my own thing for the moment, which obviously is not always the way to go, but see if we can top deck into something good. Yeah, I'm totally joking. I don't want it to sound like very harsh or anything. I'm joking about that, but okay, everything's got vigilance, so yeah, let's do 10 damage here. That will attack with their... If they attack with their knight, oops, that's going to do 2 damage to that flyer. Probably to me, that would be a smarter thing. 2 damage to any target, okay, to me. So that's a 5/6. And that is one of those. Okay, not good. What do we want to do here? If they attack with a 5-6, I gotta double block with the Cavalier. Well, I guess not. Okay. So let's bring out another blocker. Draw 2 cards on that. Bring out another blocker. Draw 2 cards on that. Geist. Yes, that Geist. Yes. Double blue. Beautiful. Because then that will lock down their Legion. 10 in the air, or 12 in the air. You should probably block that. No, your Epicure does not have flying, even though it has a cape. There we go. And that's game over unless they've got some sort of board sweeper. That is not a board sweeper, although they could drop a land. They're good gaming me because they're going to drop their final land. That's a good game. Okay, nice job. We had it like that close right there. But, yep, death by lands. I'm almost not mad that they won that way. But yeah, they got that coming together pretty well with that final land. So they'll be able to tell their grandchildren, one day, 40 years ago, I killed my opponent with a land drop. So the Dire Fleet Warmonger. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, this gets +2. That's pretty funny. He's jumping through the rail. Look, I just noticed the art. He's jumping through the rail, and he's like kicking his other pirate friend in the chest to get more momentum. Funny. Burning Yard Trainer's a 3/3 trample haste for 5. When it enters, another knight gets +2, and then good old Agonizing Remorse. Okay, let's look at making a... for fun, let's make another one of these core decks, but with some Dimir stuff. So first of all, it's historic. Going with Dimir colors right here. Only the core sets. Now what about this? What about if we look at the core set 2019 first to say like, wow, look at remember the good old days about what we remember from back then. We could do just mono black too. Could do, what about like some unblockability with Mist Cloak Herald and then a bunch of like equipment or something? Might do another break. Yeah, I should refill my water over here. Yeah, let's do a little break. It's 2:33 my time. Take a little break until not 2:33. It's 10:33 my time. Take a little 7-minute break to 10:40, so I can get some water. I'm a little thirsty. So yeah, let's take a little break. When we come back, make some deck here. Maybe some like unblockability hexproof action or something. Maybe like boggles sort of thing, and put equipments. Fun stuff like that. Okay, let's take a little break. Be back in 7 minutes or so until X40. BRB. Alright everyone, welcome back. Took a little break, got some water. We got some chocolate. Okay, so the idea was possibly, thank you, possibly unblockability with like equipment. Because we could have the Departed Deckhand, that's unblockable, which would give another creature unblockability. Mist Cloak Herald is automatically unblockable. However, it requires two common wild cards. I don't have two common wild cards. Disperse would be amazing to slow them down, the opponent. What else is good here? Supreme Phantom gives 1/1 to other spirits. How many spirits do we have in all of these core sets? Befuddle, Cancel, Divination, Sigh. Counters, lockdown, and return. So what it could be is it could be a lot of like that, you know, counters, lockdown, and such to then go into some huge creatures. Like, you know, an unblockable serpent right here. You have to pay 7 to make it unblockable. Or there's also this 5/5 flyer that bounces things back. I've got 2 of those. And of course, Murders gets the job done. Demon of Catastrophe. Bone Dragon, 5/4 flyer. What about Liliana's Contract? Win the game, alternate win condition to win the game. If you have 4 demons, you win the game. That kind of might be fun there. How many demons are there in all 3 of these sets? Let's see here. You know, I'm not into, you know, I'd like to win, of course, but I kind of want a meme. So what about in all 3 sets, how many demons have I not collected? None. How often will that happen? Well, here's the possibility, possibly in terms of if you stack the deck, of course. Because if we read it, it says it draws you 4 cards right away. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 4 or more demons with different names, you win the game. So the 4 demons would be Embodiment of Agony, Demon of Catastrophes, Gourmand, and Vilis. So there are exactly 4 demons to even make this work. However, I have 4 of these Catastrophes, 1 of the Agony, 2 of the Gourmand, and 3 of the Vilis. Yeah, this is not going to work. Because in those, throughout those 3 sets, there aren't enough demons. But in all of current historic Magic, there are way more. So if you're playing regular historic, you have also a Demon Kraken. Yeah, so that's not going to work. That was just an idea. So to be honest, I don't know what I want to build on with these colors. I'm just still browsing along. What about... what about some reanimator strategy? Fill the graveyard with stuff and then bring it back to life with things like Rise from the Grave. Like, you know, some huge 8/8 creatures or whatever, and then bring them back for only 4 mana. I mean 5 mana. Well, let's see the core 20. To be honest, I'm not too inspired of what to build in these colors. I'm kind of browsing around and nothing really stands out. That would be fun. But maybe counter spells to go into a huge creature sort of thing. Let's do this. I'm gonna throw a bunch of counter spells in here just to kind of think about something here. Like everything's gonna be counter spells except, and then lockdown, except for like one creature. You know, not one creature, but you get the idea. Let's just check something here. Counter target spell. Yeah, exactly. Air Elemental's gonna be the finisher. Whoops, this seems to have crashed. Oh, there it is. Just call it something here so that I can retrieve it. We have 20 counter spells. Is 24 counter spells enough for them to auto-concede? Then we'll put 4 air elementals in there. So what are the biggest flying creatures that we can work with? Do the rest flyers. $59 cards. How about one planeswalker? Roaming Ghost Light. Where's that Dungeon Geist? You know, that's another way to yeah, where did that Dungeon Geist go? I think that was 4 mana. And is it even called Dungeon Geist? Yeah, there it is. So that'll lock things down. Capture Sphere instead of Dungeon Geist. I'm already at 62 cards. Isn't Water Knot better? But Water Knot is not available, I guess. I thought Water Knot was available. Is that how you spell that? Water Knot? I'm just curious here, is Water Knot. Capture Sphere is either 3 or 4 mana. I'll compare both. Actually, it's in Rivals of Ixalan, so we can't even get it, so never mind. But then Capture Sphere. Capture Sphere is in M21, so it's got Flash, Enchant a Creature. Yeah, let's put some of those in there. So actually, if it's a blue deck, we'll put Kiora. And then so just for fun, like, I don't know how tuned this is. We'll give this a shot. It's just got a million counter spells to get to the point where you summon huge flyers. High mana curve, kind of, but it's a bunch of counter spells to then get to something. Let's play with that a little bit. Any other ideas here, maybe? Because that's the idea. It's just going to be a bunch of counter spells, a little bit of lockdown. Obviously, if something gets through, then it'll be hard to deal with until we get to the big... Actually, wait a minute. What, I missed something here. What was it called again? I hate this new feature here that if you leave your mouse hovered over here, it becomes this expert. How can I turn that off? Can I turn that off right now in the settings? That's so annoying. I hardly ever use it at all. So let me put in this where did it go? I thought the dispersal or whatever it's called. I thought there was a... Oh, here it is, disperse. Return target non-land permanent to owner's hand. So if they get through those counter spells, I'll just bounce something back to their hand. So we're at 60 cards. Any low casting cost fairies? Yeah, there's plenty of them, but what do we cut in the deck? We're already at 60 cards, so let's see what we can find. I thought there were some... Oh, because I'm only looking at M19. You need to get caught up on buying the recent sets. You haven't bought one since the time... Yeah, that was way back in Theros in January. Well, there's not too many. After Theros in January, there was Ikoria in April, so that's just been that one set that's come out. But here's some flyers, not really fair. Well, Fairy Miscreant, it's a 1 mana, and when it gets summoned, if you already have one of these on the field, you draw a card. So if we want that, what else do we want to do to change things up here? We've got... I need those... I think those dispersals are one of the best things because that'll bounce back anything except the land. Essence Scatter. Counter spell for a creature only. Capture Bone to Ash. Counter spell for a creature only, but it's 4 mana, but it draws you a card. Essence Scatter. Negate. 4 of them. Extra draw, drop 2 of the riddle. I'm already down to... Oh, actually, I do have... I thought I had... Okay. Yeah, let's put some of those miscreants. So... 6 creatures in total, yeah. Let's see how that goes. I think I'm going to take out the 2 Bone to Ashes so I can have 2 more capture spheres, because if something gets through the wall of counter spells and then I don't have any disperse, I also have the capture spheres to then get us into some big creatures. Let's try that out, see how that goes. This will be totally wacky. I have this other deck that's pretty much completely a lot of everything's counter spells except for like that one stone coil and the stone coil worm or serpent or whatever. That's XX. This requires a drink possibly to possibly pilot it right. Okay, so here we go. Turn 1 fairy, and then after that we need way more mana. So yeah, pretty high casting cost on all of this. So let's see. And I'm about to play an aggro Boros player, so we're dead. Let's see, they're gonna do Steam Can, they're gonna Vanguard, so they're gonna do they're gonna try to do the Ajani's Pride Mate, 2 of these at once to make a huge Pride Mate, I guess. One of these cats. Okay, well, I guess we should convolute that. Okay, so then we got a fistful of counter spells. I can rewind to get my mana back to have more counter spell ready for these other things. A Vanguard, yeah, let's do it like this. Let's see, like, hey, I got you, you counter spelled that, but ooh, I got another thing to... So I got another thing to cast. Oh, guess not. Not impressive. Okay, well, keep going. We're gonna get pinged one at a time, but I can live with that. Yeah, they're gonna hold back. They're gonna. We're on an 18-turn clock. Let's be careful here. I could probably disperse that and then cancel it, maybe. Or I'm gonna just have my guard down. Pridemate. Yeah, let's cancel that. Untap all my lands. Yes, disperse it back. And they didn't cast it, so... Okay, I got an Essence Scatter waiting for that. This is called the Maximum Annoyance deck. It is mono blue, it's got lots of counter spells, and like only 6 creatures. So, ooh, Rena and Sarah, you sure you want to do that? With so much untapped mana. So I'm just waiting to get one of my 6 creatures. Anjara. Okay, I need to pay 4 to keep it. They don't have 4, but then they have 3 mana left and 3 cards left. So if I had 1 more mana, I'd be able to double counterspell. He's got lifelink, so I guess we'll do that. They won't be able to pay. They're going to summon one more thing. Oh, I guess not. Okay, there's a Capture Spear. Alright, well, this is a very annoying deck so far. Sovereign. That one needs a hard counter. Disperse. Leonin. That needs another hard counter. Actually, what I could do is I could let them cast it, and then I could disperse it back to their hand. Then they won't be able to recast it. Yeah, let's mess with them that way. Let's see if they put any, like, cool... Yeah, on their turn, when they're about to attack, I could... well, I could just Capture Sphere it right now. Which is the meanest way to do this. Let's just Capture Sphere it now. Now what they could have is like some disenchant or something. And there's 6 mana. Okay, well, yep, 42 cards left. So it does pause for them. They might have some sort of like red combat trick. They might have something. This is really gonna grind down the opponent about like who's gonna voice anthem whatever. Don't have attackers to anthemize, so I can let that through. Well, this is good for me in the sense that I have 8 mana, and if I summon one of my big creatures, I'll have a counterspell to protect it, I hope. How long will it take before they rage quit? I don't know. How many cards do they have left in their deck? 35. I've got 37. Looks like a lot of fun, eh? Yeah, that's one way to see it. 11 blue mana. I have 24 lands in this deck. Now the problem, of course, is eventually when they have enough mana, like right now, they will. Now here's what I can do this. They're gonna pay 4 mana to bring this out, but then I still have one more. Then I still have one more counter spell. Okay, so they're gonna pay all of that, and then I'll still counter it. But after this, they have 5 mana left for a sovereign. Sure. Which then I could capture sphere that, or disperse it. Let's capture it. So if a cat attacks and does damage, you get to destroy a thing, and then Tail's End will turn off activated abilities. Activated, or triggered, or legendary. Alright, so they're just gonna hold on. There's my air elemental. Okay, let's see if we can now start to... although I don't have a counterspell to protect it, if they have like lava coil, that'll kill it, and I don't have then a way to protect it, but I'm okay with that because I'm sure to draw my next big creature, so they're like, oh, you do have creatures in your deck. See, there we go. But don't have a way to protect it, so like, yeah, sure, if you want. So they probably have a few more of those in hand. Revitalize, sure. One of those, sure. At the end of their turn, I'll bounce it back. One of those Pride Mates, sure. So let's bounce that back. Okay, so we're out of counter spells. Tail's End will be able to stop their war leader from making more cats when it attacks. That's an 8/8 Hydra. That is becoming 8/8 Hydra. Okay, and then they get to destroy stuff. Okay, so they're gonna destroy that. That's game over, although I could Tail's End that trigger and they won't get one, but they'll still get another. Yeah. And then one of those scatters. So we're gonna get hit with a... it's game over, actually. So, okay, well, this is definitely a big annoying deck. And, however, we saw here that when things got through, then there's no way to answer it at all. Now, also because of the, you know, I got that red direct damage to take out my 4/4, so that was a thing. But yeah, let's see what else this does. So there's probably like the perfect way to make this. After all of this counter spelling, then the high end, maybe 6 creatures is a little low, because then that's not enough pressure. But not trying to make a huge competitive deck. more of a meme deck. I think after this we'll do the draft. Do some drafting. Another Boros player, great. I tell you, once the algorithm wants to mess with you, it does. So we're going to do Boros. I'm going to do Boros dogs. This will probably be that one human that goes get more dogs. No, they're going to say like, okay, I'm going to hold back. Now that I know that it's Counterspell City, I'm going to hold back. But we'll see how that goes again this time. Alpine Watchdog, they'll probably be able to cast their second dog, which will probably be the Igneous Cur or something, or it could be the human. Guess not. Okay, well, let's lock it down. Capture Sphere. Oh, they're gonna destroy one of my lands? Glorious Anthem. So, did I play the same player a moment ago, or is this just another one doing the exact same thing? I swear I forget things as soon as they happen. This is P Kyle 1 or P Kai 1-1. But last time it was another Boros player, but actually that one was triple color. That one also had green because then they had that cat. But it's kind of like, here's another Glorious Anthem player. See, there's the Alpine Hunter, and it's only 2 mana, so definitely... Well, I guess I gotta let it in, because I don't have a counterspell for it. They'll pay the 4. So instead what will happen is their triggered ability I can counter, and that is like the worst. Feel bad ever. I love that Tail's End. No one expects that, so like they wanted to go get their dogs, but like I'm like, nope. Now then I'll have to capture sphere it. There's a cancel. That's not enough for everything that I want to do, unfortunately. So I could disperse it right now and then counterspell it next turn. Yeah, let me disperse it during their upkeep so that they have to cast it. Maybe they think that's their only trick, they're just gonna disperse it. And then hopefully when they try to cast it right now I can counterspell it. And hopefully they don't have another one in hand. They probably will, because it's such an efficient small creature. Okay, that's good. Alright, well, here's my 1-1 in a deck full of burn, so that's going to do nothing, but at least it'll trigger one of their responses. Convolute won't help me because, well, Capture Sphere will. Bolt Hound, so they're totally going with Boros dogs. Double Convolute, but I don't have 2 mana for it, so... Okay. If I convolute that, mine will live, but then I won't have another convolute ready on their turn. But even if it was their turn, and I try to convolute them, they're gonna have 4 mana. I think it'll be better to do it now. So if I had gotten that 1 mana, that would be fine. Well, let's see here. So I won't have any defense now. And here's what I'm saying about... So there's a Bolt Hound. And at least they won't be able to like +1 it or whatever. And we got one of those. So this is now the my deck's running out of gas. I won't be able to convolute this. And we're racing, and I'm not going to win the race. Okay, we'll do that. Without any nuance, just do it. They currently have 43 cards. I've got 43 as well. The big dream here is to... The big dream here is to... Of course, there are planeswalkers available when my shields are down. And then nothing else. And then that's going to do a thing. Okay, well this deck has run out of gas. Well, I guess it was fun while it lasted to just play with counterspells, but this is obviously, there's not a lot to do once you've got the once you're out of counterspells. Like then you have to have a plan besides that, and then so six creatures is not enough to work on that. Prizes, Polywog, Mirror Shield. I think I already had a full set of that. I like Reverend Hoplite a lot. But that was that experiment. So let's do some drafting. To be honest, I don't want to spend a lot of time to craft this event that lasts, 1 day and then it's over. I already played it enough in the blue-white that I felt I got stuff out of it. Let's do drafting instead. I think that will... It's like way too much trouble to think about something that will work. So let's do the Premier Draft Core 21. I'm actually I'm at silver and I have a free token. So let's I'll hold on to the token. I like having that icon right there. Got some... I hope they don't expire. Let's see who is available. Ooh, that filled up so fast. Who else do we have in this pod? Anyone famous? I'm gonna find Amazonian or Alias V, Picoto, Quetzal. We'll see who's on our pod in a moment. Okay, we got the pack leader if we want to do dog stuff. Falconer for bird stuff. This Kraken at 4/6. Sanctum gives you automatic 1 green mana. Anointed Chorister for some lifelink action. Basri's Acolyte also got lifelink. And you get +1s onto things. Daybreak Charger, give a 2/0 to a creature. Makes a battalion. If 3 creatures attack, this gets bigger. Capture Sphere. Library Larcenist, when this attacks, draw a card. Primal can give a +1. And Trample, Burn Bright, +2 to everything. Grasp of Darkness, double black, -4 to something. And then Tome Anima to 3/3. Unblockable if you've drawn 2 cards in 1 turn. So they often say, oh man, okay, it's already out of time, but I guess I'll grab the dog. But warded battlements. I don't know why I feel like the Boros aggro keeps calling me, because if we get more dogs plus flyers, let's go with that flyer. Hellkite Punisher. It's a big old 6/6. There's another dog. Swift response is amazing. Removal. So I have a couple of dogs so far. Pack Leader Rambunctious Smut, Swift Response for removal, Hellkite Punisher for the big finisher, 6/6 flyer with fire breathing. Shivan Dragon was 6 mana in total, right? This is 7, double red. But it's a 6/6, so it's got 1 more power and toughness, the same fire breathing ability. Let's see who else is in the table. Sea Dristle, Azap Death, Quetzal, Picoto, Raj Chaos, Chandris Pyrele. Ooh, there's a shock. Turn to Slag. Jektor, Omi Sosidru, and Raj Chaos. So we got 2 Teferis, 2 Sarkans, an Elspeth, and what are these things called again? You amass with them, but what are they called officially again? The Lazotep-covered Warriors of Nicol Bolas. What are they called again? Eternals. Yeah, that's it. Eternals. Army of Eternals. Yeah, army. Did you ever see the tokens in real life, that there's a version of the token where it's just 1 of them, and then when it gets larger, there's a few more on the card, and then when they get even larger, there's even more on the card? And then on Arena, it lets you on Arena, it lets you they accumulate automatically. In real life, you would have to have the separate tokens to do all of that. You have a full play set of those tokens. So we're in July now, but War of the Spark, I think, was the very first War of the Spark was the very first creatures do I have? 6. War of the Spark was the very first time that they invited me to do the early access streamer event. That was a year ago. This is what I was going to say. It was a year ago, but we're already in July, so it was longer than a year ago. Destructive Tampering. Alright, next booster pack. Ooh, Teferi. But I'm totally not in blue colors. Barzri's Solidarity. Goblin Arsonist is back, yep, in the brand new course set. Put one counter on everything. So I would like to put counters on everything. Ooh, Faith's Fetters. So someone's not taking white cards, which is good for me, because that is amazing removal too. Brash Taunter. Oh, there's another Swift Response. I think I need that. Containment Priest. Revitalize. This is good against stopping things coming from the graveyard and such, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal. It's a 2/2 for 2 with Flash versus Revitalize. 2 mana, gain 3 life, draw 1 card. Well, I'll grab the creature actually, because then with Barzri's Solidarity, if I have more creatures on the board than them, then I can +1 them with counters. Haven't seen any more dogs, unfortunately. There's another Secure the Scene for removal. 9 creatures. I'd rather have that removal first and then really be on the lookout for these more creatures. I need 7 more creatures to be viable, I think. Angelic Ascension? What's that one? Exile 8. Oh yeah, that's the one that 2 mana to exile a creature or planeswalker, but they get a 4/4 angel. I think that is horrific. Well, actually, you know, the trick is to do it to your own creature. Yes, I remember that too. But I don't think that's as valuable most of the time. Because why would I put like a small creature in my deck? Like, what are the odds that I've got like a small dumb creature which then I can turn it into a 4/4? Like, I don't know. That's like a little bit where I think, am I missing something that I don't get it? Yeah, there's the Goblin Arsonist right there. I don't have any small 1/1s. Yeah, I feel like if all of the pieces are in play, then yeah, I've got a small little creature that I can then turn into a big creature. There's another mutt, so I'll grab that. We have a traffic jam over at Sea Distral. Let's look at what else we've got here. So let me, for the moment, remove all of these non-creature things. Mostly non-creature things. I'm going to set it up for a moment in terms of only creatures. Use it on the Arsonist to get a 4/4 and kill the 1/1. Yeah, but you know, you've got to have both the double combo there to be on the lookout for it, but that's definitely a reason to do it. But that's living the dream. Turn your 1/1 into a 4/4 and have it do the damage. Someone took that one battlement, that one single white, that one wall that gives attackers +1, which was at a common. You can see the final passing of all of this. Alright, third pack. How many creatures do we have? 16, so I'm at my limit of creatures, so I should look at other things. Oh, there's the battlement, that's what I wanted. Griffin Airy, if you gained lots of life, make a lot of griffins. I don't really think I have any good life gain strategy though. Will I be... there's one lifelink there. There's a life gain. I don't know. There's another rambunctious mutt. There's a mag mutt. I think that's a high casting cost, so we'll see if any more dogs come our way. There's Karvik. No one wanted Karvik. It's because it's way too weird. There's another slag. Thrill of possibility. Sure Strike is the only thing in my colors. Chrome Replicator. If you control 2 or more non-land, non-token permanents with the same name, create a 4/4. So for 5 you get a 4/4, you might get another 4/4 if I've already got another thing on the field. Seems a little tricky. Shieldmate is a 1/3 for 1. Yes. There's that Daybreak. Destructive Onake, Sure Strike. So we'll see about this aggressive Boros strategy with a couple of removal things here and there. I think that's where I'm going at here. There's another battlement. Just doing a quick browse through everything I have here if I'm not very talkative for a moment. There's the Alpine Houndmaster, which, even if I don't have these other pieces of the puzzle, it's still good because it'll get big when other things attack. Dubstep. So that's a humble 1/3 for 2, but if I've got my battlements and other things, then it'll be more air action. No one wanted those Sure Strikes. Maybe I can use all of those Sure Strikes myself to really hit him in the air. And a final dart. Okay, well, $48 cards, 22 creatures. Maybe I'll go with like a huge creature aggro. Just gonna do a quick browse over everything that I have. I can, if I summon this, I can go get. Actually, I don't have a Alpine Watchdog or Igneous Cur, so I won't have its extra ability. It's 19 creatures. Seventeen creatures. I can try to live with 17 creatures, and then I need to possibly drop 3 non-creature spells. So what would that be? Shock. Basri Solidarity. I've got lots of creatures, so then that would be even better with this Solidarity. Give them all +1. So with Response, that's too good to pass up. Legion's Judgment, that really only works for like big creatures, so the Judgment will still get him. Faith Fetters is also removal. Secure the Scene, 5 mana, kill anything. Which I guess means I don't need that turn to slag anymore, because that'll be 5 damage, but then that's definitely exile anything. So take that out. 41 cards in total. I can live with 41 cards. Not really much of a dog. Not really much of a dog theme. That's a possibility there. Gonna be aggro, removal. Let's try that out. While we're waiting there, I got a couple of comics from eBay. Here is a X-Files. Before I fully zoom in on it, this is an issue of the X-Files. What issue number do you think it is? We'll answer that one moment, but thinking about how the X-Files is so weird, what issue of the X-Files do you think I recently bought? Ah, look at that little cat. Okay, so they've got red. If I bring out my shockable creatures, I will be sad. So if I lose this Pegasus, I guess I won't care. So let's bring out this Pegasus and let's see if we can bait out any shocks or something. Issue number 1. Okay, there's 1 vote. Okay, they're also doing the red. They're also doing the dog thing. So the pack leader or the Alpine Houndmaster will easily die to red damage. Guess I gotta hold back. I doubt that they even have it, but as soon as I see someone with red mana, I assume that there's gonna be some freeze. Okay, well. And then I mana screw. Okay, well. I don't have these anywhere in my deck, so I guess that was just a shuffle. I guess I'll try to block this. If I can get one more mana, I can summon the pack leader, and then I can do the solidarity, and then give all my creatures a +1. But we'll see what happens here. Don't want to be pessimistic, but already missing one land, and then be dealing with a Boros player, which I don't doubt there will be some. Okay. It's not so bad. Okay, good. So we did get that. So let's bring out one more creature. Give everything a +1. Then attack. Now they'll probably... They could do the attack with 3 creatures, and then that makeshift battalion will get larger. And... guess I might want to block... I probably want to block that. I guess not. Because... okay, great. So that's going to become huge. So you're definitely going to attack with everything. And then that'll become a 5/4. You can't use Subira's ability anymore because it's too big. That dog is too chunky now, so they're going to do that instead. That's a 5/4. I guess, no blocks. This will be game over unless I can deal with things, and I can here. So I guess I should get rid of that right away. Hold back on some blocks. I have way too much advantage. They out-aggroed me, so if I end up winning this, this will be a miracle, but let's see. They could, with Subira, they could turn that 2/2 unblockable. Instead, though, they're going to put 2 +1s on things, so I got to double block stuff here. Okay, well, actually, come on, Rambunctious Mutt, why did you destroy their thing? Okay. But they have 5 mana. They're gonna destroy something? What did that do? Creatures without flying cannot block. Okay, well, never mind. Then that's another GG right there. Okay. So the book that I ended up getting was not the X-Files #1, but the X-Files -1. This is how weird the X-Files is, that they actually have an issue -1. There's also been some issue 0s throughout the world of comics. There was, for example, DC Comics during the 90s. They did a bunch of events, did a bunch of comics in their event called 0 Hour, where all of their books were issue number 0 for 1 month. But then right here, the X-Files, they wanted to up the weird value, and they did a issue -1. Yes, they also had an issue they had an issue 1, and then a 0, and then a -1. So I got this right here, issue -1, and I also got the silver version of it right here. This is a weird story about aliens or something. Well, they're all about aliens, right? But here's the regular... I don't know which is like A and which is B, but check out how subtly different they are. It's a completely white cover with a little bit of blue on the X-Files logo right there, and then the title right here, Trick of the Light. And that's Charles Adler. Nowadays he's known as Charlie Adler. He was actually the artist on The Walking Dead, but this is from like 1993 or 4 or so he was doing this way before The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead debuted in 2004. and then I got the silver one, so it's got, you know, silver reflective. You can probably see it's pretty reflective. And then the X-Files logo is white over here, and then the text over here is white. So I picked that up right here because I'm an X-Files fan. Did any of you ever watch the X-Files? Do you also like the X-Files comics? I mean, the TV show? I remember watching the TV show. It blew me away. I loved it. I always loved that, like, esoteric, cryptozoic, macabre stuff. I loved that growing up. And it was really cool watching the show, and I remember that very first episode, and I think it even said inspired by actual events. You know, like, wow, that alien abduction really happened. And so that was very enjoyable to watch that original X-Files. Used to watch it on TV, but you weren't a big fan. I remember I watched it like beginning to end, season 1 to 7. Great. Season 1 to 7, and okay, well, I've got to save my swift revenge on that. Definitely because I'm getting mana flood again. I mean, mana screwed, and they've got all the mana colors of every single possible thing that they need. How can you believe that? They have 4 colors here. Or 3 colors. So they're going to give a +1 counter on that. That is acceptable, because then we have one of these. Giving me a nice. And then one of those 4/3s. Okay, and I'm out of mana, so I have to double block this freaking 4/3. So the Tempered Veteran is the one that and that's a 4/4, yeah. If I don't get my 3rd mana, I'm going to quit here because I can't stand to be this far behind. Because obviously here, I guess if I don't double block that, I know that's going to get out of hand. GG. Can't play Magic without lands, so let's go on and maybe be able to play Magic. I've got this Anointed Chorister that should be able to gain me a little life as soon as it comes out. But then everything else is very high cost. Oh man, the opponent got... Everyone's playing this freaking Boros colors, right? The opponent got the cool land here. Now, none of my local comic or Magic shops are doing the... FNM at home, to my knowledge, because the one that was happening today was, or yesterday, Friday, was the one that was happening yesterday was the was to earn these sleeves right here. This really cool cat sleeve, and I really wanted it, but I don't think any of my shops are doing it, so... Turret ogre. I like the art on that. Sure. It's a little bit more valuable to keep the weird, I guess. Here I can do double blockers at least. And they're only down to 2 cards, so maybe we'll stabilize at this point. Oh, there's the green mana right there. And there's that Goblin Arsonist. So they'll probably attack with that 1, 2... Yeah, I guess you could do that. Then we could... How big can that get? 6 mana in total. 6 divided by 3. 6 divided by 2 is 3. That's lethal right there, so... Hopefully they don't top deck anything good. Nope, just a land. Okay, that's good. So I'll attack with everything. I'll block that ogre. Then I'll have my dragon, and I might make it 6. Alright, that's pretty scary. And it is pausing for them, so what amazing combat trick will get me? One of those, okay. And 1 more damage, but then I'll have a dog. And 2 blockers, so try to stabilize here. Okay, so let's start to put the pressure right here. If this attacks us, we'll get another plus X, but no, instead they're going to shock it. Yay. Okay. So, ooh, that'll give something a +4, so they probably will block the 7/4. If not, that's 10 damage. Okay, I guess they're waiting for something amazing here. Don't tell me. Okay, there we go. And this is just GG right there, so let's not even belabor it, because that's got Menace. Whoa, the comeback of the ages on that. So that went down to the wire. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat at the final onset. At least I won 1 pack. Thank you. It did end up being what I needed, so hopefully we can keep that going. Patatra 13. The opponent. So everything's huge here. At least I have a swift response. Maybe that battlement. See, everyone's playing Boros. Everyone loves Boros. And I say that and I have it as well, so. Okay, they're playing Is It. That's a good one. They probably want to keep that to make it bigger, so I should probably bring out this to be a little aggro. And then when they attack, well, I guess they'll live with losing it. Okay. Another one. GG. And one of those. Okay, so Here they're going to do the big brain play of sacrificing their goblin arsonist to do 1 damage and make it stronger. And then I guess I'll let that go through because they probably have some sort of combat trick. And now I'm getting the opposite. So much amazing real estate over here. But it's still very early, although they do have 4 mana beyond me, and they've got 1 of those. Okay, great. So that's gonna do a lot of prowess wizards. They will attack with everything. I cannot block because they'll have a combat trick, but then they'll still do their combat trick and make those goblins huge. So hopefully I'll start getting some defenders. Exactly like I said. I'm gonna block 1 of those goblins, but then they're gonna prowess them, so that's still gonna be a ton of damage. It's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 7 damage. There we go. And they still have 1 more thing in hand. Alright, well, this wasn't a very good draft this time. Got a lot of mana flood here, got a lot of aggro opponents that didn't let up. They got everything on their curve at everything, and mine was just no good. We got a pack, so let's open up that pack. Got the Alpine Hound. And Jolrael, she's pretty cool. That card is a red card. Forgot what it's called, but I'll pull it up right here. It is an instant, so it's even stronger. It's a high casting cost 1, however. I think it's 5 mana, but they were able to easily pull it out. Right there. Goblin Wizardry. 4 mana, instant, create 2 goblins. Each of those 1/1 goblins has each of those then has prowess, so that's how they were able to just go very aggro. So my timer says I've played for 4 hours, 4 minutes, so I should probably wrap it up very soon, but let me just do 1 more of these Ugin Brawl decks, and I guess I'll wrap it up. Alright, so we got a Gingerbread Steel Overseer. Kind of fun. Then a Thaumaturge's Familiar, no ramp. We have something on turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. The Farfinder could that's a pretty good one. So with that Farfinder, I can go get a land. For whatever reason, let's pretend I'm attacking with these things, and then let's see if they block, and then I can steal Oversee. Okay, fine, we'll do that. And I have the Vigilant Farfinder, so that can block their Pack Mastiff if they pump it up. That's enough for their Rin and Seri. I don't have a way really to get rid of it, though. Let's see, they'll probably hold back on defenses. What I could do is... Oh, okay, that's not bad at all. 5 damage is not so bad. I'm at 20 life. Okay, I think what I'll do here... Ooh, I got that mirror shield. But I guess I'll bring out a big old 3-4. And I guess I'll discard this flyer. And do some attacks. But... I will make this unblockable, so that's 6 damage. Thusly, and then Steel Overseer will do its thing. Ren and Seri can do 2 damage to something with a tap. Oh, that's going to destroy anything, so that's going to destroy my Manticore, probably. Maybe my Overseer. Yeah, my Overseer, there we go. But I'll still have one more chance to do it. All we need is for them to not have their... Okay, that's good. So, 4 mana. I'm gonna need this 4 mana to get to my Planeswalkers, so I gotta spend 4 mana here. And got some action in the air. They can do 3 damage with Rin and Seri and gain 1, 2, 3 life. If it comes back to me, I have 6 mana ready for Ugin. Even if they attack with everything. Protections from multicolor, that will let me block with Rin and Seri and not take any damage. Actually, that's protection from Planeswalkers, never mind. Still, it's a 4/5, so I'll just let everything get damaged. gonna do. They could do 3 damage directly to me and also gain some life. With Rin and Seri, they could do 1, 2, 3 damage from the dogs, and then gain 1, 2, 3 life from the cats. That'll hold them off a little bit. Hold me off a little bit. Gingerbread can become unblockable. Igneous. Okay. This might still just be game over in terms of... Will they have enough? Oh, I'm gonna do that. Okay, well, sure. It's not enough. That wasn't enough damage. And then they're out of mana for 1 more Rin attack, so they're like, whoops, miscalculated. Yeah, because then I was thinking about Ugin, but then I have enough to make Gingerbread unblockable, and then I've got a flyer, so that would have been game over. So, okay, well, I guess we'll end it at that point, because we've got 4 hours, 11 minutes of streaming action. Thanks to everyone hanging out. So far we got 4 viewers on YouTube and 2 on Twitch. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think we'll wrap it on that. And yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. And the a couple final things right here. So I had said, yeah, I got this X-Files comic right here, -1, and then also the Silver Edition. Then there was also, to my knowledge, this is the only example of this that has ever existed, -2. I also got issue -2, and on that one, if you can see, it's black on black on black. Do you see the X-Files logo right there? I guess right there. That's issue number -2. So it's like the mirror images, like black and white right there, -1, -2. Now, there's also one more which I don't have yet, which is also another -2, but on that one, it's the text is red. Like it's all black, but the text is red. It looks really nice. This one's like it's black on black on black. You can barely see it. But anyway, I wanted to share those two. I liked X-Files back in the day a lot, and then Topps Comics is a comic book publisher that is totally extinct, but it was from the Topps, bubblegum cards and all of that. And they tried to do comics for a few years, from like 93 to maybe 98 or so, and then they went bankrupt. They had a Zorro comic, Dracula. I think they also did like the brand new Friday the 13th part whatever, Jason Goes to Hell comic. They did that too. I remember 1993, my very first Comic-Con. Topps was there, and they were promoting their brand new Friday the 13th comic. So anyway, that's a little comic history right there. You can see if you can you can get an Ugin card and try building that deck in real life, or you're not checking out Arena at the moment, but I can put the deck list also of what deck I have here on our Discord. I'll take a quick moment to just put it there if you want it, just to see what other ideas are in there. But again, it's just Brawl, so it doesn't have the full breadth of what you could build. But let's go over. We got a new member of the Discord, Poliketa. Don't quite remember who they were, but I invite people all the time. So let's go over to put in the decks. I'm going to put this Ugin deck. Export. There we go. I think Alexis was, what's his name here again? What name did he go by here? I see it all the time. Oh, there we go, Jack of Spades. Here's my Ugin deck for Brawl, because I know he built one. And he said there's not a lot of things to play with on this, but we tried it a couple times and I think it might work. But anyway, right there. So it's in the it's in there, and then also quick shout out to Poliketa. Don't quite remember who they are, but we'll just say hello. Hello and welcome. Don't forget to add a bio and chat rules when you can. And then also we'll say, what's your favorite deck? Favorite deck. Okay, well, at that point then, we'll end at this point. And once again, thanks everyone for hanging out. It's definitely better when people are hanging out and we're figuring things out, and even if the decks don't go how you want sometimes, there's enough wins, I hope, to make it all worthwhile. So thanks for hanging out. I'll be back next week, same time, 11 p.m. Pacific time, to do some Magic gameplay, and I'm also doing the 11:30 a.m. comic book show. So if people are interested in comic books, I'm trying it again to do an 11:30 a.m. comic book live stream, only on YouTube though, not doing it on Twitch. So if people want to hang out for that as well, on Saturday mornings, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, I talk about the comic books that are coming out in the following week. And even if you're not a comic fan, there's plenty of comics and stuff to talk about and have fun with, such as if you were a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, there's a brand new. Actually, let me pull it up right now here just to show you something just really fast here. Let me show you the state of comic. Let me over web browser. Let me show you the state of comic books at the moment, because I love this. There is a comic book that is coming out. Which publisher is it again? No, here it is. Check it out right here. This is a real comic book. My Little Pony meets Transformers. Friendship in disguise. So, if you don't love comic books, I don't know what's wrong with you, but here we go. My Little Pony versus Transformers. Friendship in disguise. There's a brand new comic coming out, and we talked about it on the show this morning. And, yep, there it is right there. Optimus Prime with Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash and Applejack and all of them. And Megatron. Definitely an odd collaboration, but that's what comics can be about. Not just grim and gritty stuff. We've got all this other fun stuff. Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, so come on by Saturday mornings as well, where we talk about all of these not all of them, but oh, how about this? Here's so Black Cat's got her own comic book at the moment, issue number 12. She stole Iron Man's armor, and here we have the Black Cat, Iron Cat. Kind of love that outfit. The cover looks cool. Anyway, that's what we talk about right there. You got to try find the comic Path of the Planeswalkers Part 1. Path of the Planeswalkers. What comic is that? I know that there's been plenty of Magic comics, so let's look it up here. Comics.org is where you've got to go to look up comics. Path, I think I've heard about it. Path of the Planeswalkers. Is this one of the ones that came out in the 2000s? Path of the Planeswalker, singular, right? Probably should spell it right. Planeswalker, there we go. 2011, okay. This is number 2. Preview of a Magic from Free Comic Book Day. This might not be exactly, but let's just check it over here. Oh, let's see about if we go here, but this is Wizards of the Coast. They published some things apparently, not just from other companies. Jim Lee C23 Special Edition. What is this? Is this a Wizards of the Coast comic? I think that's a mistake there. What else? D&D. Free Comic Book Day. Did Wizards own D&D in 1998 or 2004? Yeah, they did. So there was that. Magic the Gathering Play Guide. I know there were definitely these other comics. You've only seen it once. There's definitely these other ones. Here's 33 other series if we look at it chronologically. So there was originally Antiquities. These right here. I have a few of these, but this is November 1995. Should have bought it back then. Well, you know, eBay, I'm sure is gonna have it. But the very first Magic comics from 1995 were about Antiquities. Although it feels more like an Arabian Nights style. Oh yeah, then they also did Arabian Nights, 2 issues of that. So they had these way back in the 90s, Arabian Nights comics. Right there. They have Fallen Empires, Ice Age, The Wayfarer, Nightmare. I have this one. My dad got it at a flea market, and it's a comic. Yeah, it's a comic all about the Nightmare. Its name is actually Califear in the comic, and it can talk, and it has like a servant, and what else happened in that? So anyway, yeah, there was a comic book all about just Nightmare. What else? The Shadow Mage. They try to do this like original thing. Sarah Angel. So they had just a Sarah Angel comic as well. This is 1995. Whose art is this right here? Is that Rebecca Gay? Yeah, Rebecca Gay. So, I want to get this because this is Rebecca Gay interior art. She, I don't think, ever does comic book art. She does magic art. Yeah, interior art is right by Rebecca Gay, so I want that. Concavations, a magic gallery, Dakon Blackblade. Dakon had his own comic as well. Badass Richard Kane Ferguson art, but he didn't do the art on this one. Rags Morales. And then there was a lot of these until like the end of the 90s, and then they stopped for 5 years. Gerard's Quest. There's a Mishra War, Chandelar, a Jedit Ojanen 2-issue miniseries. So half-naked Catwire. And then issue number 2. So that other one about that you were saying, the Path of the Planeswalker, it must have a different name. Because see, if we see here, we simply have Magic the Gathering. And the other one that we saw a moment ago that was called Path of the Planeswalker, yeah, that old PC game Chandelar, Gabby Sparks recently did a playthrough of it. But yeah, they'd also had its own comic. They had a 2-issue series back in 1996, Chandelar, to tie in with the game, I guess. I never played it. And there's issue number 1 and issue number 2. Looks like pretty cool cover art. If the interior art is like that, that's actually a different name. Xena? Who did that cover art? Xena Saunders painted. Okay, very last thing right here. Let's look on eBay just to see. Magic comic. Path of the Planeswalker. Path of the Planeswalker. So there's that one right there, even though this one does say number 2. Okay, one's regular and then one's the preview and for free comic book day, and then one's the actual comic. It's 8, 9, 10, that's $11, 9, that plus 6. Okay, so there was that one, then there was the Chandra one, and then there was the Jace one. So there you go. Someone wants $15 for it, and someone else wants $36 for it. You have that Chandra one. Okay, well, you've got one that here that you might get some amount for it. Or, well, Mile High Comics always sells it expensively. But what else is here? Path of Vengeance number 1. Plus, it comes with a card. Turnabout. It's Dak Faden, isn't it? Choose artifact, creature, or land. Tap all untap permanents of that type. Or untap them. And it's still sealed. So anyway, yeah, that Chandra right there. Jace is the first one, and then Chandra is probably the second one. Yeah, because it's got 2 on the cover right there. Let's see what do we see here in the back. Most denizens of the Magic the Gathering multiverse believe their world is the only one, but there are countless planes of existence, and only the gifted mages known as Planeswalkers can move between them. Planeswalkers are the explorer mages of the multiverse, gathering arcane secrets. In Path of Planeswalker 2, uncover the stories of Magic's most famous Planeswalkers. Chandra stole a scroll that contained a secret map. The Mind Mage Jace recovered the scroll and found the map. When the 2 Planeswalkers arrive at the map's destination, the wild plane of Zendikar, they find a 3rd Planeswalker waiting for them. Who would that be? Maybe Gideon, or what's her name? The Boros Planeswalker, how she can do stuff with stone. I'm thinking Nayarit, but that's not right. What's her name? What's that Planeswalker? She was in War of the Spark with red and white mana, and she was also battling Sorin. She's the Geolith, or not Geolith, Geomancer Lith, whatever you call it, Geomancer. She's got like white skin. She's a core, I believe. Nahiri, yes, Nahiri. So is Nahiri? Are we waiting? Is Nahiri on that? Liana Vest retrieves a relic called the Chain Veil from one of her demonic masters, but uses its power for her own gain. When the Planeswalker Garuk crosses her path, Liliana defeated him using the veil. Now he bears the veil's curse and hunts Liliana to rid himself. Follow the Planeswalker's path in all 3 storylines, over 120 fully painted pages. Very nice. Who is here? Dave Dorman. He's a famous Star Wars artist. As a matter of fact, I have the art of Dave Dorman right here on my shelf. Venser's in it. So yeah, the art of Dave Dorman. It's this beautiful Dave Dorman art right here. This is from, now this is what the sequels of Star Wars should have been. They should have done the comics, what the comics did. The comics in the 90s from Dark Horse did something called Star Wars Dark Empire, which was what happened after Return of the Jedi. And as you can see here, wow, these covers are freaking amazing. I forgot about that, but here it is. This is actually Dark Empire number 2. But, ooh, there's Luke Skywalker looking more and more Darth Vader-esque, falling to the dark side. And then they don't have the Death Star anymore. They have those world devastators behind him. I tell you, man. Like when people talk about, like, I don't want to be snotty, but, okay, look at this cover right here. Amazing. I don't want to be snotty, but when people say, yeah, did you watch the new, like, you know, Spider-Man movie or DC Universe movie or whatever, I'm like, I've got to be a stuck-up guy and say, I don't watch superhero, I don't watch comic book movies, I read comic books. And that's so stuck up, but because look at this is way better than what came out in the real life. There's Luke Skywalker turning to the dark side and like Leia trying to bring him back. Like that's way better than what happened in the stories. And then right here, the emperor comes back like in a real way, not like the last movie where he just suddenly appears. He came back as one of his clones. Amazing. and he's got the lightsaber and everything like this. This is why I love comics. And then finally, right here, it's Jedi Leia, you know, and then Luke has got to fight clone Palpatine. Like this is why I love this stuff, and this is amazing. I got this at Comic-Con years ago. Dave Dorman, you are amazing. And then here's the children of these are the children of Luke and the children of Han and Leia. So yeah, look at that, amazing. Anyway, that suddenly got me off track because I was noticing here that we had Dave Dorman as one of the artists here. We had Izzy and so forth. But anyway, I think, like I said, we're coming in at 4 hours now, so this is, as always, a long wrap-up, a long goodbye. But the comics make more sense compared to the movies. You know, the movies, like, I watched, I want to give them a chance, of course, but at a certain point you feel like that you might have outgrown them, and that's fine. They're still the original movies to enjoy, and, like, I'm going to give the new movies to a new generation, and, you know, have at it. Enjoy your, you know, little rip-off R2-D2 as a ball, and, like, yeah, enjoy your brand new movie that's just a rip-off of The New Hope, and like that. I'll be a curmudgeon over in my corner, and you love the new movies, and you love the new movies. I don't want to put anyone down what they love. But I think they just, for me, they kind of, like, they're not for me anymore, and I can live with that. I'm not like this... holding on to the past that, like, oh, this new movie's ruined my childhood. No, I still have my childhood up here, and I can watch the movies whenever I want, the originals. So I watched them, but to be honest, you know, I watched The Force Awakens twice in theaters, one in 3D, and it was cool. And then I watched The Last Jedi twice. But then when Rise of Skywalker came out, I watched it once. And I never got around to watching Solo. I watched Rogue One and I loved it. I haven't watched The Mandalorian yet because I don't have Disney Plus. But the movies are still enjoyable. Yeah, exactly. They're enjoyable. Full of plot holes and all of that, but they're enjoyable, and let people enjoy what they enjoy. And I think Rey is a great role model for a new generation of Star Wars fans, and I think her story could have been in many cool directions and all of that, and you know, it's 3 new movies, 9 new hours, but the last one was so rushed. And then at the very end, what's your name? I am Rey Skywalker. Let's not get into that, but yeah, Solo's younger years. I want to watch it. I just never got around to watching it in theaters. I hardly go to the theater. Even before COVID, I think the last movie that I saw in theaters was The Last Skywalker, and that was in December 2019, in the before times. But yep, so join me on my next episode where we're going to live stream the Star Wars movies and get shut down by YouTube. Anyway, this has been VM Campos. Thanks as always for everyone hanging out. Totally appreciate everyone coming by as usual. The last movie you saw was Impractical Jokers. They had a movie? Really? They had a movie. I thought it was just like a TV show or whatever, but okay, cool. They had a movie. So thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'll be back again. Hopefully I'll see you in the morning stream next Saturday to talk about some comics or anything that comes to mind. You know how this is. It's not just one track mind. We'll do side quests on things about these comics and have fun and all of that. So this has been VM Campos, and I will see you on Kashyyyk. See you next time.